中光奪われて溶けてゆく時計たち砂の海の中継ぎはぎの夢たちを拾い集めてる記憶の森であなたと二人そう凍える夜に森さ崩れる前に を探し見つめてる透き通る月だけが踊る闇の中解き放つ宝石で空を染めてゆく太陽の涙だけきらりこぼれてる寄り添いながらあなたを見つめそう指先だけでロリと転がしながら教えてほしい絡めてパヤパヤパパヤパヤパパパヤパパヤパパパヤパヤパパヤパヤパパパヤパパヤパパ
All right. Here we go. I'll introduce our guests that are currently in the call. Linguistic Spaceship might come later. But right now in the call, we have Sneeze, or as he's known on Twitter, was it Onism Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up? I'm racist.
Okay.
And Frail Dog, who might not say much as he said earlier, but just
Hey,
he's here.
what's up, guys? I'm Frail Dog.
So
Cool.
we're gonna get into what was planned for today. So the important question is, why are we here? Well, not in the philosophical sense. I mean, why am I streaming today? It wasn't because of that stuff we did earlier, but you may have heard me say in the last video that this was the first finale, and that's because we're about halfway done. There are 4 videos left about 1.25, or no, 1.0, the original release of the game. There's one bonus video, and then there's 2 videos for 1.25 that I have planned. And as far as IV goes, I will not be talking about it for at least a year, maybe more. You know, I've played it, and I think it speaks for itself, so I'd like for it to do exactly that. So before moving on to other videos that I have planned, I want to talk about why I decided to start making this series in the first place. There was a good amount of time after playing the game that I had great conversations about the story with the community on the YIIK Discord. There's a lot of stuff that I'd found in this narrative as it exists through those conversations. And I felt a lot of people didn't know about this, and I wanted to really highlight what some of that depth in YIIK is. Stuff that might be addressed in IV, but I had already seen it within the roots of the story as is. And I hated the idea that people would just say this stuff was added in later when it was there the whole time. It was simply about talking about the game, not talking about myself or how cool I am for discovering this, because a lot of YouTube videos are like that. Not talking down to the viewers or anyone else for not getting it, whatever that means. So, and also not to talk shit about the creators or talk as if I'm better than them, or it's just literally to talk about what I saw in the game and how interesting and cool I think that is. This is something that seems to be a struggle for a lot of people on YouTube, and it was one reason I became passionate about how I present these videos specifically. So, we could talk about some of the videos I have planned in the future. I'll wait for Linguistic Spaceship to show up. But I have a script about BioShock Infinite that I wrote. I wrote this as I was driving to work one day, and it's a lot. This was in 2000, February 13th was the last time I accessed this. How many pages is this? 8 pages. Just 8 pages on a drive to work. I wrote quite a lot about the beginning of BioShock Infinite, and I think that we might break this up into a whole series or something. But that's something I definitely want to talk about, because there's kind of this thing going on now. It's been going on for a while, where people were talk about how the game was really praised when it launched, and then now they talk about how it's fucking awful. And then some people also go, there's this stupid meme where people go, BioShock Infinite, there's two, whatever. And Booker DeWitt goes, well, racism goes both ways, or whatever. And it's cringe, because they just failed reading comprehension across the board. And it's like, this actually makes a lot of sense if you consider what the story is telling you, which people are not doing. So I kind of wanted to talk about that and talk about how cool it is. We're definitely going to end up doing a standalone video on postmodern storytelling. I might even use Spec Ops: The Line as a basis for that, because it's another game where people just act like it's about something completely different now. I've had a take about Life is Strange that nobody's expressed, but I haven't played any of the other games, so I kind of want to just do it by itself without talking about the other games, because I think it's interesting. Frail got me to play Killer is Dead recently, and that game is super cool.
Yeah, the story in that game is... nobody really talks about it, and it's unfortunate, because it's way more interesting than a lot of the people on YouTube led on it to being. Like, most of it's positive. It's like, oh, it's so crazy, like, I don't know what's going on, but it's awesome. There is that GameSpot review where the guy's like, it's like filled with anime tropes and you don't know what's going on, and it's sexist and stuff, and doesn't engage with the story. That's fucked up, but
yeah,
really cool.
I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff that you could talk about with the story, and a lot of the only video that I've watched that's good about it is really repetitive and really, like, he talks about the theater mode, which gives you like some key, like it gives you some key information into understanding the story, but they like don't take it any further than that, and I think it's lame.
Yeah.
Deadly Premonition, I'd love to make a video about Deadly Premonition. The problem with a lot of these videos is like, there's some people that make videos about video games where they're trying to get you to play them, and I'm kind of on the other end where I'm trying to talk about the stuff that's in the games, because people don't. And when people start talking, a lot of the narratives that come up about the games are specifically, and like conversations that people have are just specifically about like what people talk about on YouTube. So like with Deadly Premonition, everybody just talks about, oh, it's like Twin Peaks, and it's like, yeah, it is inspired by Twin Peaks, and like, yeah, the creator Sweary wrote this as like part of a Twin Peaks like fan fiction, but then made it his own thing, and like there's parts of the narrative that they've been ignoring because they're always focused on this other thing instead of what's there. So I would like to talk about that at some time. Nier Replicant. I've hated the conversation around Nier. I played that game back in 2013. I think I even have my copy of it right here. Yeah, look at this boy. Oh, love this. This is peak. Yeah, there's specific things that people just have ignored that's in the story, and they only really focus on this other game that I'm always annoyed by, which I have right here. This is the also, the day one edition. So, I'm not a poser. Play this shit when it comes out. So I would like to talk about the story things that people don't fucking talk about. There is a video I'm co-conspiring or co-writing right now, or it's in the works with Chella stuff about the Elisa Lam stuff. She made a great Reddit post that talks about that stuff and why it's dumb. And then I had a script that I had almost finished about the same thing, and I didn't really like how it was coming together. So I figured that I should take another stab at it, working with somebody on it to hopefully get down to the things and get people to hopefully understand that this situation is not what people are saying it is. I also called this section of the stream, and what the whole stream was going to be, is the YIIK Revival. And why is that? Well, I have those old live streams where I basically did a commentary track on all of the YIIK videos. And now if I went and did it again, I could do it way better. And I don't know if I really want to revisit it that way. But I kind of want those videos to exist, and I've figured out a couple ways I could approach this. I have the videos up on my channel unlisted. I could just make those public, or I could live stream them and then have them on the live section on here. And I can live stream them in the way that they're private videos and then upload them, so it's not just sitting and watching a live stream. You can just see it later when it's uploaded, but it'll be specifically in the live section of that. And I think that's what I want to do, but I will make a community poll about this. So is that right now?
Just got back with my Burger King. Love Burger King.
Oh,
Hey, how's it going?
Cool.
Yeah, I was trying to watch the second stream from a bit, but you mentioned in the video, I'll wait for linguistic space. I'm like, oh shit, I should join immediately.
Well, that's good that you're here, because me and Linguistic are working on something. It was supposed to come out this weekend, but all of this stuff got in the way. So it'll just come out whenever it comes out, unfortunately. Which is the FNAF timeline video.
Yeah.
Linguistic had asked me specifically what my thoughts were on FNAF, and I hadn't really thought much about FNAF, and then slowly showed me a bunch of stuff and had me play the games to kind of see what my perspective was. And as usual for me, we find that the perspective is quite different from what people are generally saying.
Which is a good thing, because it's so common for people to just copy what they see in videos and shit, and then just repeat that's the main narrative and not really consider anything else, even if it's wrong, But it's different just to talk about something else for once.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think the script is almost done. we're pretty close to having it done. It was funny when we were writing it. There was a lot of points where Linguistic would say that, oh, this is a really controversial take on it. But I think at the end of it, it all kind of comes together and is a pretty clear take on like what the story is of the FNAF series.
Yeah, it's point A to point B, and there's like no holes. At least I can see. I mean, like it kind of covers everything.
Mm-hmm. I know that there's been videos that have been posted since the original YIIK. This is also great to have you here for Linguistic. Zingus.
Oh man,
I don't think I need to cover Zingus's video because I've already covered Zingus's video and all the other videos.
well, yeah.
Maybe I could do a live stream talking about that thing, but it's not planned at all. There was an attempt at it that I did with Linguistic privately once, but
Yeah, I still have the recordings of it somewhere.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Zingus's video is a bad rehash of every other video on Y2K. So,
Yeah, it's like the bastard child of all of them. It's like it's super fucked up.
so I don't really see a reason to address it specifically. That's about it with that. Ooh. Fucking Hitori. Other than that, the other fun thing I had planned for today was talking about how I make the Y2K videos that I make. The thumbnail he had his friend made. So, let me switch over the scene and bring up some document. We could start talking about the first one. Where do we go? That's 3. That's 2. Dang. Why can't I find the first script?
Yeah, Milk Pro, you can watch it if you'd like. I think it's more interesting if you have like a more thorough like understanding of like everything, you know, because like there's so many insane statements in that video that to me makes it special, you know. I'm pretty obsessed with it myself. I don't know about you, but
I like turned it off in the first minute.
yeah, based.
Did not want to watch that.
What, Zingus's video?
Yeah.
I can't watch it.
I don't know how I can't find the first script. That's wild.
Yeah.
Let me change the view on Google Docs. Because I have 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, I don't have 5. Where's 5? Oh, there it is. Cool. For some reason, it didn't pop up. And there's 5. Cool. All right. Main thing, fade. All right, here is the script for the first Y2K video I made, or well, the Y2K analysis one. The beginning of this video, where I say hello again, this was specifically taken from a different script I was writing at the time, which was going to be just this really funny thing about how people do video essays where they make them hours long. And it was going to be an hours long video that had an element of rewatchability to it. And the whole joke was that you wouldn't, when you first watched the video, you wouldn't have picked up on the fact that I said hello again until you watched it again. And I just thought that would be a really funny way to write a video. And so I thought it was really funny to do that with all of my videos, basically. How I write these scripts, I've played the game a lot. I've read the story. I've read dumps of the text. I've read all of Onism over and over again. So I've mostly memorized a lot of things in the games, especially when it comes to talking about things that especially when it comes to stuff like, if I'm going to talk about how Alex does this, it would be important to bring up this thing about it, So how I write these is I just go, okay, this is what I want to cover. With the first video, I want to talk about how Alex didn't meet Sammy. I could find actually a point in the YIIK chord where I had said this a long time ago. Let me see if I can. Sammy. Funny. Okay. Yeah, I could put up some. That's 2021. I said this way earlier. Yeah, here 2020.
Yeah, you should just put some running shine in the bottom left to keep all the soy boys in check. I mean, that's kind of what they're asking, aren't they?
But reading through Onism made me really appreciate that I know half what through my playthrough I had one consideration that Alex never met Sammy. Yeah, here. I know what kind of. Let's get some proper stimming going on here. Come on, where's like a long video of this? Damn, that's loud. Here we go. Now give me just fucking. Where's my stream? Okay. Let me sit up. Do this thing. Mash A to stem. Guys, you gotta keep mashing. Here here we go. And, you know, if at any point you guys decide that this isn't stimulating enough, I can always just add something else to it, too. And by the end of the stream, we'll have like 80 things on screen.
This guy in chat says, I need some video games background music right now. Play Persona 5 YouTube music.
What about Pizza Tower soundtrack?
Yeah, you can do that one too.
Shouldn't have mentioned Pizza Tower.
Can't do this.
I think I should have mentioned it more, actually.
Why is this not like showing up? Come on, just come on, OBS, work properly for a second. Transform, reset transformation. Come on, dude.
I will say the Sammy, Alex, and we're meeting here was something I really focused on early on with my experience of the game, and it's kind of what got me hooked to everything. One of my early videos about the game is about the exact thing where I just kind of like show quotes from the game pointing to this.
Yeah, it seems to be something that people don't pick up on, and like I said, I picked up on it pretty early in conversations.
Yeah, I think like once people hear that, and they're kind of like in this realm of, you know, doubt about the game's quality, I think like once they hear that, it's like, you know, there's something there. So it's great. It's right at the beginning of the game, and it's just kind of seen all throughout, and it's constantly reiterated upon.
Why is window capture not working? Damn. Maybe I can't do this funny meme because fucking OBS doesn't want to work. What about this
To be fair to a lot of these people, Linguistic, most of their experience of the game is filtered through other people who are playing it and not really
Oh yeah, absolutely.
paying much mind to dialogue or even what the game is saying.
Or Onism.
Yeah,
the one
I mean,
reads Onism. Like
yeah,
Oni
I mean-
plays. Like I think one of the most recent resurgences of the game was through Oni plays, and in it they constantly say like, "Why does Sammy's name keep changing? Is this some inconsistency?" And it's like, well, if you read Onism, there's a post literally about this very thing, but they just never decided to do that.
Yeah. And even if people hear something like Alex never met Sammy and they're like, wait, what do you mean by that? Regardless of whether they end up thinking the game is of higher quality than they initially believed or whatever is irrelevant. What really matters is that they're actually thinking about it rather than letting someone else think for them through a YouTube video. Because it's more interesting to talk to people who aren't repeating the shit they heard from like ex-YouTuber like 5 years ago, you know?
And that kind of goes back to like the previous stream about how narratives get spread and then they become the dominant narrative, and there's this like there's apparently no other way you can read what's going on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking OBS kind of sucks right now. Like, it just keeps doing stupid things to me. Stop doing the stupid things. Jeez. Ah.
Should have taken XSplit. Something's on screen.
Hello everyone, Rainiverse here, and welcome to
Up. Hold on. I've got to get this thing to not make noise. Audio filters, yes. Gain. Yeah, we'll put the gain on and then we'll just make it to where it just doesn't have noise. Cool. And then we'll do a crop. Where's the crop pad? There we go. I'm making this stream. I know it's taking too long for me to make this stream more engaging for people, but it'll be worth it. I promise.
Failing the stimmy check.
There we go. Close. We'll just bring this up and we'll just put this in the corner. Here we go, fade. And then now it should be there, right? No, I didn't make it visible. There you go. Now you can see it. Now we're properly stimulating you.
What could go wrong? So let's just get straight on with
Let me shut her up. There we go. Anyways, yeah. So what I do for all these scripts is I do it through speak to text. Go into Google Docs. I go. Where's my phone? There it is. Let's see if I can bring up a whole new thing. Yeah. So I do. I pop up in here. I grab my phone. I go walk around the park or whatever. And I go, damn, that there Alex Eggleston boy is not right. And he probably needs to go outside. And then I go here and I go, dang, let me fix this up. And then sometimes if I need any dialogue, I have some text dumps of the game. Kind of like how I showed earlier, where you could find tracks in the game. I go into the text assets, chapter 1. This is from some other version of the game. But yeah, I just go in here, grab all the text, drawer with my moms and unmentionables. Great. Cool. Yep, that's what I want. Bam. And then I go the extra mile, which is I go through audio clips, and I'll go and find stuff like this. Alex telling us that it's our word.
What do you mean, our word? You're weird, Alex.
And I separate these into a folder, copying
Sorry,
them
lame joke.
for whichever ones I need.
Let's just look for the cat.
That way when I edit it later, which I can bring up my video editing, I think. Hold on. Let me double check what I got in here. I think it'll be the first one. Oh. Damn, taking forever to load. So yeah, I do that, and I grab all the text for it, and what I'll do is I'll spend some time just reading this, kind of like I did earlier in that last part of the stream, where I just read all of this out, and then I'll edit the audio, which, you know, that's not anything you really need a huge insight on, but I'll do that, and let me go. This is a bit of a mess. I haven't spent the time to organize this yet, because I do these pretty quick. I go and record gameplay footage of stuff that I want. I've deleted these since then. Oh, wow. Shut up. I've deleted these files since then, so I could probably go back and grab them. And I tell Rope Snake what characters I need. So I'll have this text box that I made based off the assets of the game pop up. Where is it? Right here. No. Maybe not that one. Is it this one? Oh, all of this doesn't work. We'll have, it's this one. Yeah. There you go. And I have to edit this text in by hand with these little things. So I do that for each bit of dialogue throughout the video. That way you get the little fun haha. This is why in the latest video it's not there, because I was doing I was working on that video pretty late and just was like, I got everything else done. I don't want to work on this anymore. I just want it to be posted already, and decided that it was okay for me to do that, which is cringe, but you know. Do text good, yeah. So, with that said, we can dive into the first video. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to talk about? I guess I could talk about the thumbnail as well. Because I drew all of that because I thought it was a funny idea.
Yeah, the idea was to make every thumbnail that, right?
Kind
As like a
of,
base.
because it would more easily signify that it was a series of videos. YIIK videos. Yeah, here they are. And I had to separate each piece in a really stupid way because of at the time, the drawing program I used, just to make sure it would look the way that I wanted it to. So you got Alex. Daniel H. did the editing for Michael on that one, and then Claudio and Chandra, and that's it. That's all the thumbnail is. And then there's some parts of the videos where I draw some stuff that isn't Rope Snake, like the funny little Alex guy. And the house, which is wrong, but I think it's funnier that it's wrong, so I just left it as is.
I really hate that image of Alex with his head stretched out.
It's awesome.
It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was only really planned for the first video for it to be specifically like that. But, you know, eventually it was like, yeah, it would be good to do it for the others as well. So, in reality, I can make one of these videos, even the last one, in about like 2 days worth of work. It's just I don't have that time to do it. Hello again, this is Hellkrai, and this is the first in my series of Understanding Y2K.
Man, that mobile footage is really helping me pay attention. I really appreciate it.
So, I thought it was really funny to have a bunch of different titles. There's no other reason for it other than I just think it's funny. I think it's funny for the video to be titled one thing and then it to have a different title. One of them is like, especially later, I start using this to where I can like, with the newest video, where it's like I could have a clickbait title and then just have the actual title of the video, what it's about there. This footage is from a scene that's in the game, or I guess it's not in the game anymore. It's different now, but it was the original opening for the game. So how it would happen would be Alex does a bit of a monologue at the beginning, then you're in the Ascension tutorial, and then this happens, and then you come home. The story of Y2K. Another thing that I do throughout this is I only want to use gameplay footage that, like, other than this part, which isn't in the game, I only want to use footage that's from the original game. And then on top of that, I only use music that's in the original release of the game. It's easily misunderstood, and my goal here is to make it a little easier for everyone to understand what's happening in the story. Today, we're going to look at Alex Eagleston specifically, and dissect some of the aspects of the story where it seems as though there are inconsistencies. To really make my point, I'm just going to use things from the first chapter of the game. While this is something that happens throughout the game, I think focusing on the first chapter will help you understand better. Also, I'll be focusing on 1.0, the original release of the game. There are details added in later releases that make some things clearer, but I want to show that this has been the case since the release of the game.
On April 4th, 1999, I arrived home from school. I had just graduated.
As we all know, the first chapter starts off with Alex arriving home. As he arrives home, he gets a letter from his mother to go to the grocery store.
Alex, dear son of mine.
And a weird phone call. So there's some stuff that's interesting about this first line here. The needle of the record player dropping, whatever. It's funny because it gets kind of referenced a few times in the story, and which I find extra funny because nobody brings it up online. Like, he talks about, there's a original reading of it, which is of yeah, I'll share my screen real quick. There is a line of the Essentia reading this out that would have potentially played during that opening section of the game, and then it would pop up again here. There's also when Alex goes to play Mystica Ultima LP Legend for the first time, he says, I knew what it wanted me to do. It wanted me to drop the needle. And there's this motif throughout the game of Alex, whether or not he can hear music at different points. So it's just fun.
Will change the nature of all realities, both yours and mine.
And then his trip to the grocery store is interrupted by a weird cat.
Of course, I didn't know this cat at all. We never met. He was a funny-looking cat with a funny resting face.
Yeah, and then throughout the video, I have a lot of the video series. I have this text that pops up giving more details. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that at first because I've seen a lot of videos like YIIK Salad Bar's videos where he just flashes text really quickly and it'll be a huge paragraph of text and you won't ever have time to read it.
You have a good balance of it though, because like it stays on the screen for long enough, and I feel like it's not critical to what you're talking about. Like I think it adds a lot to it, but it's never like, for like YIIK as an example, he gives like huge details of what he's trying to say in just paragraphs on the screen.
Salvador Dali mustache.
Alex says a lot of things about the cat here, which kind of ends up being important later, so we'll hold on to these details. So as you can see, we're going to have a bunch of notes on screen to help contextualize the story a bit better. After following this cat to the local steel mill, you can run into this NPC that gives a little bit more information. I'm trying to remember. There is a specific point where Alex refers to this as a steel mill, and that's why I had that in there. I like doing that throughout the videos where there is details that characters say that people never picked up on, like the factory hotel is a steel mill. Okay, well, how's it a factory and a hotel at that point if it's literally just a steel mill? Well, the name Factory Hotel is a reference, and Andrew and Brian pointed this out in one of their streams where it's a reference to something they talked about. Their workspace when they were working on the game felt like a factory and a hotel because it was like in an industrial place, and they would often spend nights there. On not only the cat, but also the location itself.
You're not.
This blue woman is a pretty interesting character. We see another blue woman later.
Back here, you know. What? You're looking for your cat? Oh, it's not your cat.
So,
well,
this was something that I was... what I really wanted to do throughout these videos is I could have easily just read this myself, but I feel like that doesn't add to the video. It does... It makes it kind of boring in a way. Whereas if I had somebody else just do the voices for me for these non-voice lines, it would vary it up and it would make sense to people that are just watching the video passively, that it's like, oh, this is not the person narrating the video talking about this. This is like a...
I mean, it's also just cool to like see these lines that are normally not voiced have a voice, you know?
Yeah, and there are people, I ask people from the YIIK Cord and my friends to do stuff, but very early on, I was trying to figure out how I wanted to do these videos, so paid Luna
Be
Freya
careful
off
around
of
here.
Fiverr.
Make sure this cat is worth it. If it wandered into that abandoned building.
After entering, we have an infamous elevator ride.
I sighed as the elevator began to shake, vibrating with motion.
Literally put that in there because you know, some people
You
are
had to.
like, yeah, it's the meme line. Some people act like that's a really cringe thing to say, and it's like, yeah, that's an important aspect of Alex's character. Like, he thinks Alex, not Andrew Allenson, the writer, but Alex thinks that's a really smart and cool thing to say.
Something really interesting about the sequence of events in the factory hotel is that it's kind of telling you a story about who Alex is as a person and as a character, and then showing you the consequences of that directly. Like when he's introducing you to the cat and he goes on a fucking ramble about how he imagines what his life would be like living with the cat. That's basically the exact same thing he does less than like 10 minutes later when he goes into this factory and lives out a whole scenario with this woman that he's never actually met.
Yeah. And man, there's a lot to go over just in the beginning. And I how I approached writing this is I wanted it to be a thing where I'm following the story. I'm going alongside it. So like you could watch this as you're playing the game, or at any point you could stop watching the videos and just play the game yourself. And like you know, it's kind of a primer in a way where you can go, oh, I didn't realize I was supposed to watch, like, think about the story as I played it. Let me go do that and play the game myself. Or oh, I didn't consider that before. Maybe I should go relook at this game and see what's going on. That was kind of part of the idea of doing it. As also a matter of just it being a good way to deliver these kind of points of the narrative. There's some parts where it's like, oh yeah, you can't talk about what's happening here without mentioning later parts, and it happens less later on, obviously. But because the narrative is so intertwined with itself, as all postmodern works are, but I don't know. I felt like the approach of just, instead of talking about random things randomly, like what if the first video was just me talking about Claudio? What if the first video was just me talking about, well, if I can, you know, put it together in the order of events of the story and kind of build off of each other, it feels way more natural, I think. And then you get to see how the events of this beginning and what's happening here specifically lead into things later on, and how you kind of realize more of the narrative. Into us meeting Panda.
It's me, Panda!
The room that Panda is in sort of represents Alex's room, and this is the first hint at what's going on during this moment of the game. Leading into the next room, we meet the Proto-Woman. This strange woman that is on fire speaks in excerpts from After Dark, a novel by Haruki Murakami.
She narrows her eyes and looks at the young man standing there. He is so tall. She seems to be looking far overhead. Their eyes meet. The young man smiles. His smile is meant to show he means no harm. Through the eyes of a high-flying dawnbird, we take in the scene from midair. From above, we see that we are intertwining organisms.
So I do want to point out this, and it's something I'm going to point out in a future video, but intertwining organisms, and the boss at the end of the game is the Twisted Beings.
Through the eyes of a high-flying dawnbird, we observe the pyramid of dimensional shift. Through the eyes of a high-flying dawnbird, we pretend to not see the eye of providence. The eye of providence, or the all-seeing eye of God, is a symbol showing an eye often surrounded by rays of light, or a glory, and usually enclosed by a triangle.
The excerpt that's being referenced here is significant in how it applies to the story, and how Alex approaches certain things, which is something there's I more will to it explain than just it later. foreshadowing the final boss. So after leaving this area, we have a few more NPCs that we can run into.
I saw someone in here.
Rion.
They're dangerous, that's for sure. Be on the lookout for a man with green eyes.
I've been wandering through these woods for days. I came in through the window over there to find my friend, but she's nowhere to be found.
It's so cold in here. Someone seems to have turned off the sun. The cold is bad. Bad things happen in the cold.
These all have their own importance. However, it's not clear yet. So, again, these are notes for the future. But now, we've reached the crux of the video. The most important part. Here in this scene, we meet Semi-Pa.
I'm Semi, but please call me Sammy.
There's a lot of interesting pieces of dialogue throughout this part, and it's going to get a little difficult to really keep track of everything. Especially considering that we kind of need information we don't have yet to understand what's going on here. While this can be a criticism of the writing, this is actually a common aspect of postmodern works. Yeah. in a lot of postmodern writing, even video games and movies, what you'll see is that the ending reinforms the beginning in some kind of way. And it's not really a matter, like, some people see this as like, oh, you know, I play through the thing again and suddenly the beginning is completely different because I didn't realize these certain aspects of it. And like, yeah, that's one way to see it, but sometimes there's things in the beginning that are talking about stuff that happens at the end. And if you know that that's how these things are written, you tend to have a better time and more enjoyable picking apart a lot of the details throughout the work. The idea is to lead with something mysterious that doesn't make sense, that is packed densely with meaning and only makes sense towards the end. Everything here, and for the rest of this chapter, can be explained pretty easily, but for the sake of this video, we're just going to focus on a few of these lines of dialogue, which will make the core of the story make a lot more sense for you.
I waited for a moment as she processed what I said. She was a very difficult girl to read, especially without being able to see her face.
As we continue on, Sammy tells us a story about her roommate, Wilhelm. Yeah, I don't explain it there, but I just think that I think that
line's
is
a little kooky.
It's a great line, and people do not talk about it. They just kind of go, like, you'll see people react to it when they play the game. They'll be like, "What does he mean? You can't see your face? It's right there." And it's like, It explains more about Dolly. And now we've reached the climax of the factory hotel, where we see Sammy being taken away by 3 of these mysterious beings.
Let me be!
It's important to note that there's 3 of them there because Alex later says that there was only 2.
You promised you wouldn't move me again!
Afterwards, which Alex walks home and mumbles to himself, up until the point he receives a message on his computer, which he checks out and finds this thread on this website called Onism. The images in the thread seemingly depict what we just witnessed happen, seeing an internet audience respond to it. However, if we look closely at the details on the website, we see that Alex is not in the security camera footage of the elevator, and we see one of those mysterious beings enter the elevator after Sammy is moved. An important thing to note here is that one user refers to this as possibly being footage from a movie. Then Alex proceeds to go to bed, and when he wakes up, we have what may be the most important piece of dialogue in the entire game.
I had a rough night. Can't get the video out of my head.
So, if it isn't clear now, I'll explain it one more time in a brief summary. What we're shown is that Alex came home from college. So, this is densely packed with a bunch of jokes. So, the song here is the titled Reflection, because it's the song that plays when he's reflecting on the story. And so I thought it would be really funny to do that for the re-summarizing what's happening. This Greyhound bus.
In a brief summary.
It took me a while to
What we're shown.
edit it to make it do this. But Alex, in one of the monologues at the beginning of the game in pre-release, mentions that he was on a Greyhound bus specifically.
Is that Alex came home from college.
And then with the house, I wanted to have the tree with the tire swing on it. And I didn't draw it. I completely forgot it after I drew the really shitty house. And I thought it would be really funny if I just photoshopped one there.
Oh, isn't there a scene later where Alex complains about Greyhound buses talking to the Essentia?
I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, after you exit her mine dungeon. I think it's really funny that he just has pre-release lore that he hates them.
Yeah.
It's fucked up because Greyhound buses are lit. I was on one for 8 hours and just fun.
I had a friend that got injured because of some Greyhound bus incident and ended up getting a pretty good payout because of it.
Or another managed to go into this factory hotel. And while he was inside of the factory hotel, he met this woman who went missing, being taken by otherworldly creatures. And reasonably, Alex is a bit shaken up by this event. When he goes home to rest, he's confronted with the footage of what he just witnessed happen, and becomes enthralled with this conspiracy forum. But what Alex is saying in this moment, it is not the event we witnessed that traumatized him and kept him up, but the discovery of it.
I think if I remember right, that computer is like an Apple computer. I don't remember. There's really funny thing. There's a bunch of little visual gags I do sometimes with these videos. There we go. That's a great question. The third entity in the elevator, the yellow one. There is this really funny thing about it because we see it in we'll see it in the second video, but the yellow one is God, quote unquote, right? And that's why it's so funny that Alex is saying that there was only 2 entities in the elevator at the time. Hold on, I gotta do a Duolingo.
On the internet.
Or I'll lose my streak.
Weaker analysts and critics will just say that this is an amateurish writing mistake.
I love throwing shade in a way without pointing out people. But you know, I can't listen right now. I'm on a stream.
You can dismiss it. However, this is actually constantly reinforced throughout the narrative. That what we're shown, the events we see take place, are not quite congruent with what actually happened. And to not get too far from Chapter 1, I'll point out a couple instances of similar things. Shortly after this, we meet Michael, and Michael asks Alex.
You saw her yesterday, right? So you saw her after she went missing? That's actually a good thing, Alex. This means she wasn't taken by some serial killer or a rapist.
But this is not quite what we've been shown, because we saw her as she went missing.
You see, she didn't exactly look like the girl in the video.
And getting out of Chapter 1 into 2, when Vela tells Alex of the Korean girl who's gone missing.
Oh, and Alex, I thought you should know. The elevator girl has a name. Her name is Semi Park. I was able to get some information on her. I'll share it with you in person.
Yeah, as I point out here, I think it's interesting that Vela says that the elevator girl has a name, you know.
Able to get some information on her. I'll share it with you in person.
Alex reacts as if this is the first time he's heard the name Semi.
Semi Park, huh?
And I want to highlight one more line of dialogue outside of Chapter 1.
My Sammy, and Sammy in the newspaper, may have looked the same, but there was a difference there. I could feel it.
So, what's my point? By using these context clues we're given throughout the story at this point, and analyzing the story from these details, it becomes a little clearer that it's not poor writing. However, there's a point to the writing here. And that from this information, Alex didn't meet Semi Pak. That Alex, as the narrator, is embellishing the story a little bit, and that we need to view the story with a little bit of this perspective in order to understand it. we're given several lines of dialogue that support this, such as these with Dolly that almost outright state it.
Of course, I didn't know this cat at all.
A few of these lines with Sammy.
I reflected on her words. Something about her compelled me. Pieces of her story started to fit together in my mind.
And then the aforementioned panda scene.
Can't get that video out of my head.
With this in mind, we've opened up a lot more questions about what we've seen.
Love the visuals.
And it gets a little difficult to answer them all without concepts that are introduced later in the story. So I want you to keep this in mind for future videos. I will address it later. Essentially,
such a dumb joke. Essentially,
the reality of events that we see, with the support of the information we have, is that Alex came home, saw the video on Onizim, and went to bed and had some weird dream. And what Alex is sort of embellishing is this idea of meeting her and all of this. That makes the factory hotel and everything within it a part of Alex's mind dungeon, which is something I will explain entirely in another video.
I don't know if I get to it in this video or I've done in any of the others, but one thing that really points you to this is the figures that you see in the factory hotel. Like, they are literally the same as the ones that you see in the room towards the end of the game, where Essentia takes you to show you Alex's big flaw or whatever. They're the same ones,
A really big flaw.
which also is like it's just the Neosi model that you see at the end of the game, but like white with a glitchy effect on it.
Yeah, and like the IV update also adds a bit more to the symbolism, like the literal mine dungeon door that's in it now.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, yeah.
But it's always been in the game.
The difficulty with explaining Y2K
Like
is
the concepts
there's a lot
of
of
it.
concepts that you have to juggle between metaphors and concepts introduced.
It's one of the scenes that Ian set up.
Such as soul survivors, parallel lives.
Can we get an Ian W in the chat?
When you go back over the narrative with these concepts, you can see a lot of really interesting details that at first don't seem important. So the reason I had all of these notes throughout this video is for me to bring them up in the future when I talk about Mind Dungeons, Parallel Lives, Soul Survivors, and more in the future videos. I want to thank Luna Freya VA for providing her voice for the Proto Woman and the Blue Woman and one of the entities. And I want to thank Rayon Ghosts for performing for some of the entities. And I want to thank my good friend Rope Snake for providing character
I can't remember.
portraits
I think I made that first for the advertisement
that you've seen throughout this video. Please
It
support all
goes
these
so
people.
hard.
If you want information on where to
Yeah, I had
find
to
them, they will be
update
in the
it for the new
description.
one because he has a slightly different
And
logo, and I
I will
wanted to
see you
put
next
new art on there because I hadn't updated it in a while. So part of the thing with a lot of these videos is I think that there's a bunch of, like, a handful of things that a lot of YouTubers do that I just don't want to do. A lot of them have, like, these really excessive intro or outros and intros. I do have an outro and an intro, but my intro is just going, hey, this is what this is. And then the outro is, here's the people that worked on this video other than me. Where some people, you know, they're always, the call to actions are a huge thing that is big, where they're like, hey, subscribe and blah, 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 and check out the rest of this. I only tell you to check out the playlist because I don't want you to be fucking lost on, hey, this is the second video. There might have been something in the first video that you needed to know. I don't know. One dislike, yeah.
Hello again, this is Hellkrai, and today we're continuing my series on analyzing Y2K.
I don't know if it's
a
this video or the
postmodern
next
RPG.
one, but I
If
decided
you
that I
haven't seen
want
the first video, there's a link to it in the
each of the
description.
title
I
cards
highly
to
recommend
have
starting
completely
there.
different
And
look
once
to
again,
them.
I'll explain that I'm covering 1.0,
which has been
the
a
original
challenge, to be
release.
honest.
There are some changes in later versions, and it'll be something that I cover in their own
I also play this song because I don't know where else I could play it, and I really like it.
Chapter 2 begins by getting our next party member, Vela Wild. There's a lot to talk about Vela, but I think it's best to explain her much later. Something that is important that I'll point out now, though, is how we've been introduced to Vela so far. We've seen Alex drool over her at the arcade, and then we see a post about her on Onizim, exploding things with her mind, before formally meeting her.
I think what's really fun about this Onizim post is I think it's just a reference to the original prototype of the game.
Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that, but you're absolutely right. Because like she just kind of has like the same pose and everything, and she's just in the middle of the street, right?
Yeah. Because I think that that's a huge aspect of the story is like this whole idea of a version of Y2K that exists before the version that you play. Which is something I do get into in another video later.
Introduces us to a few really important concepts that, you guessed it, I'm going to talk about later. So Alex desperately looks for something to take to Vela that'd be interesting and worth investigating. And this is where we get introduced to our next character, Rory Manser.
Hi, I'm Rory. I'm a scene kid with a dead sister.
Rory plays a huge role within the story, even if it's not easily realized by the audience. Our introduction to Rory is that he allegedly sent Alex a PM about a situation in his town. But I want to take a step back and actually look at this.
So I haven't noticed it yet, but in one of the video, I think it was the Vela video, I noticed that I put that in the script a lot. So I was like, I made a joke about it in a way.
Before we continue with the story.
And then I tried to
take a step back?
Yeah. Because like I would do this thing where I kept using the same transition every time I said it because I thought it was really funny. But I think in the Essentia video, I tried to not say it ever. And I don't think I ever need to again, to be honest. But I was like, oh, I noticed I said this a lot in the script, and I'm not rewriting it or editing it out. So let me just make a meme of it and then never do it again.
As we see on Onizim, has quite a few posts. One of them, ghost sighting in Windtown, New Jersey, details a few different oddities within Windtown. And
it's ghost sitting.
A user named Superb
It is
Pudding
ghost sitting.
responds, pointing
He's
this
just
out
sitting in
now.
there.
Doesn't seem like it's a crucial detail, but I'll explain why we want to note this later. We don't see an email from Rory inside Alex's email, so we have to look at what Alex says the PM says.
Hey man, I saw your post about the elevator girl and the factory she went missing in. My sister vanished a few weeks ago, and there were some screwed up things with her disappearance too. If you're interested in checking out where she was last seen, you should come to Windtown. It's east of the factory the elevator girl was last seen in.
You know, a lot of people do point that out, that scene raises so many questions about the timeline. And it's funny that people say that, but they don't say that about hipster scum. Because how could you have a 90s hipster in a place when it's the 90s? There's a few things that are interesting about this, and I bring up this. I don't know if I bring up the post exactly and what it says. Yeah, I do. But it's funny that the post on Onizim that is tied to this is for a completely different side quest.
Referring to here is the one that Michael made, where they explored the factory hotel and saw a mysterious entity. Maybe a little late to note this now, but the area that we see in the photos is different from what we experience in the game. Either way, at the end of the thread, Alex posts.
Yeah, so that's definitely something I'm pointing out here, that and I did that just now with the Vela one, but the scene that is in the posts exists in the game. It's an area that you can go to and explore. Just not current. Like, there's no way for you to do that naturally. You have to like save edit to do it. Unless
it's not even saved editing. It's more than that.
it's your hacking, which I went over today earlier.
Yeah, I did watch. I watched the first stream.
Yeah, I mentioned that where it's like there's a lot of stuff that you found that you could only get through hacking, and like that, you know, with people that were saying that their data mining was thorough. It's a little bit funny.
Yeah, because by data mining they mean save editing. They had thorough save editing.
Save editing, and they like looked at Unity Explorer a bit, really about it.
If anyone sees anything that resembles the Star Creature guys or just any weird stuff that happens around your town, PM me or Veriformer, and we'd be happy to come check it out. I really want to find Sammy, and I know that there's a connection here.
So, why are these posts and the private message important? Well, there's something that Alex says at the end of the chapter, and it's important that we establish a precedent of what Rory said before Alex met him, before Alex even left for Windtown. Covering this user will be a different part of a different video, but there are some details to suggest that Superb Pudding may be Sammy.
So there's a lot of stuff I do. I think in the last video I purposefully allow myself to say things that aren't usually so. Like when I talk about Y2K, I don't say YIIK in the videos. I purposefully go out of my way to say Y2K. And this is also the case with Superb Pudding, because me and most other people think it's Super B Pudding. Like, that's just how you read it the first time. And I was like, no, it's not. It's because it's 2 words, and all the usernames are 2 words. It's Superb Pudding. So I was like, I'm going to say that in the video. I'm going to say Superb Pudding specifically, and not Super B Pudding.
Neither the post,
Just like how it's Chajang Irving and not Changji Irving, right?
nor the private message imply that he believes this is connected to Sammy.
Yeah, the only thing Rory lies about is he, and it's not even really a lie, because he goes, he doesn't know that he basically says that his sister just went missing when it's, you know, a suicide or whatever. And it's like, he doesn't necessarily know that she isn't just disappeared from reality or whatever, because, you know, he's found that soul survivor at the bottom of the sewer. And he believes that to be her, so he's not really lying there either. He just doesn't know.
Upon arriving in Windtown, Rory tells us the story of his sister's disappearance. While it is certainly odd, we're not going to go in detail on that situation. But shortly after, we end up in the sewer, and this is one of the more infamous moments of the game. When we get to the end of the sewer, we have this moment with Vela and Rory, where Vela is sympathizing with Rory's misconception about his sister.
Rory, that isn't your sister. It's...
Shut up! That's Carrie. Can't you feel it? It's so familiar. I can prove it. She understands what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. I've never been this close to anyone. Trust me, it's her!
Rory, that's not Carrie. Rory, that's you.
So I want to take what's being said here and look at it slightly differently. Rory is looking at an aspect of himself and seeing his sister in it. For all intents and purposes, we could replace the soul survivor here with a mirror. Rory is looking into the mirror and seeing his sister. What would be the meaning of something like this? For me, I would say that this represents a real thing.
Oh yeah, the mirror.
When they're mourning.
So the mirror is from the Harry Potter, I think. I don't know. It might be. I was thinking about the one mirror in Harry Potter where, like, you look into it and you see your desires or whatever. I know that that's a thing. And you know, the shirtless Rory picture from the tweet the Twitter thought it would be really funny to have that in the video.
And the loss of somebody.
Yeah, it's
We'll
good.
See the person they miss.
And then edit it where he's standing so it looks like he's literally looking.
Yeah. I think one of the lesser discussed aspects of this dungeon is the fact that it's Rory's mind dungeon, or at least partially.
It's all because of me, because of what I'm like. You know?
It's a sewer.
Somewhere out there in the soul space, this you left his world and stumbled on yours. That's you from another plane. It's likely it was experiencing the same suffering as you.
Outside of Rory, this also represents to Alex what he believed Rory did. Instead of this being a situation where Rory is directing them to something that Alex cares about, like Sammy, he sees it as this self-indulgent, selfish thing Rory's doing.
Fella, can you please explain what's going on here?
At the end of the sewer, instead of it being an answer for anything Alex cares about or could potentially care about, it's just about Rory. There's another thing this represents, where the name Soul Survivor almost acts as a pun. Rory feeling like the sole survivor of the situation with his sister.
This is all fine and shit, but it doesn't bring my sister back. Soul space, minds, realities, all that shit. Who even cares?
Now, this is where the story gets incredibly interesting. What happens next is the most criticized aspect of the original release of the game. Suddenly, the moment is interrupted by an otherworldly alpaca. Now, it won't make sense why this happens unless you consider quite a few things. If you look at this moment, as I mentioned from Alex's perspective, where this wasn't about anything Alex cared about, and he realized it was all about Rory and his trauma, and you follow that up with scenes after leaving the sewer when you have Alex yell at Rory,
Hey, dude, cool it with that! No one cares about your sister right now! We almost just died ourselves!
I also wanted to include this, like, obviously I have to talk about this line, but I also wanted to include it specifically written out because a lot of people go, yeah, the scene where Alex, nobody cares about your dead sister scene. And it's like, that's not what was written.
Luke, I am your father.
Except the way the game presents it isn't that. They don't just leave the sewer and Alex yells at Rory. A few important scenes happen right in between that, and they sort of contextualize what's going on. So if we look at what happens in the game between these two parts, Alex skipping ahead to a dream sequence and then a week later, where he's moping to himself about the situation he's in.
The following week or so, my mood was strangely languid and serene. Fella's words buzzed in my ears.
Like a bee?
Like a bee hovering around my head.
Bila?
I hadn't spoken with Michael, Vela, or Rory in almost 8 days. Michael was stuck in almost 8 days. Michael was stuck in his house, pretending to study for finals.
Yeah, and I point this out, pretending to study for finals. And then we even see, you know, him being sick. And if you look on Onism, you'll see posts about him taking, or whatever, for the SATs again. But at the beginning of the game, here you are, just took the SATs.
And taking her cue from the other women in my life, Vela vanished. I had gone to the Frankton arcade hoping to see her each day, but she wasn't around.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't spoken with Frankton arcade.
Right here, what I say. If you, like, the next chapter, you can just look at Vela. Vela's always just sitting there in the booth.
See her each day, but she wasn't around. I hadn't spoken with Rory since that night either. As soon as we got out, Vela went into depth on her soul survivors and metaphysics. Then he ran off saying he needed to clear his head. Sammy, I missed her. I didn't know her really, but I felt like I did.
And then after that, we cut back towards trying to leave the sewer. Between there and the aforementioned scene, we have this really interesting scene with these soul survivors in a white void. This is something I'd rather talk about on its own, but it is a very interesting scene.
Yeah, the baptism scene where this is God, or whatever.
A lot of symbolism. So, why is all of this important? And what does it mean about the golden alpaca? Well, Alex's principle for why he's upset at Rory is explained in another line.
Yeah, back when you didn't lie to us. You realize you've been leading us on this whole time about your sister? You acted like this was connected to Sammy.
Except what Alex said here isn't true when you look back at what Rory said. He never really claimed that this was connected to Sammy in any way. He kind of clearly stated that this was about his sister and was just asking that, hey, you're interested in this missing person, here is this person that went missing as well. So Alex's anger here is a little unfair, and other scenes around this definitely imply that he feels guilty for what he said here.
Why did you just say that to Rory?
You know, you're really gonna regret this once that hot head of yours has cooled it.
Bella's not ever gonna go on a date with you, and Michael's gonna find better friends in college.
A lot of this is based on his more selfish desires of friendship. However, I feel this clearly
Thrones, robes, lamps
displays the fact that he editorialized the way the events unfolded. What I believed happened with the context of all of this, and of how he never met Sammy that I explained in the last video, is that the Golden Alpaca could be an event that didn't happen within the reality of the story. That this Golden Alpaca was a representation of Alex. Sort of like how the entire Soul Survivor represents Rory and him being somewhat selfish in his desires to connect with anyone, including his sister.
Funny alpaca walking.
The Golden Alpaca represents Alex and how he's forcibly making the narrative of
I love Deviation Perspective 1 and what it has to do with William and Arcangelo.
or more aptly, an excuse for why he behaved.
It's kind of a parallel to this whole thing.
If there was no Golden Alpaca, their lives weren't really at stake. And if this was the case, it would make what Alex said to Rory in this moment far worse than it was. You can, and people have forgiven Alex.
Apparently, this is controversial, according to somebody. Manga comments saying, "Yeah, I actually stand by Alex in this regard."
That's not my comment. That's YouTuber dude.
It's YouTuber dude. I had Robin draw this picture of the YouTuber dude because I thought it was funny, and Persona 5 because all the YouTubers just do Persona 5.
Yeah, I mean
I'm
that's.
not gonna lie. I thought that was supposed to be Robin.
I mean, it's Manga Comment's whole aesthetic, and I mean, it's what he said.
It's
so I don't get what the problem is.
I really don't understand how it's an insult because they agreed with Alex on one scene because it's against your interpretation. I don't understand how this is an insult or anything. I just recognizing that the other people have different interpretations, and that that's what he says.
Alex for what he said, even standing by him because of the false premise Alex presents. And this is a thing that's going to occur throughout the narrative of Y2K. But before I conclude this video about Rory, I want to talk about where this character goes from here and speak on a couple of scenes that also get criticized.
Y2K, the best scenes.
Content warning.
For most of this, we've focused on.
Yeah, I don't know. I debated on having a content warning, but also, some people are really whatever. So I was like,
yeah, I mean, the game is a content warning, so.
Why not? I think it's just good to do.
Chapter 2, but now I'll take the opportunity to jump ahead towards the end of the game.
Somebody was like really insistent on me. This song. I don't remember it right off the top of my head.
Wasn't it Russ and Alex's theme playing?
Whoa, why is the... Oh, it's this one. Narration take 2. Where's the audio? KNN. KNN. Wow, damn. Use KNN a lot. Oh, because it's at the KNN section. Everyone Hates You is what was playing before, and then this is Thinking of You Whenever You Are.
As we continue on with the story of Y2K, we're
there was somebody that was really focused on this part of the game, where I'm pointing out that in all of these text boxes and all of these situations, the first answer that's highlighted is the good answer, right? And it's not really a matter of it being a theory on like, oh, because the good answer is highlighted that it's specifically that's what he wants. It's more so that the option is there at all. That is interesting, and that it purposefully points out these specific ones is interesting. On top of that,
it's this thing I like to bring up about the story of Y2K, because the whole thing is Alex telling a story to you about this thing that happened. So the fact that multiple choices exist in a story like that is a huge red flag.
yeah, like if this is a story that had happened, how can you alter it? How can you change the events of it towards the end of the game? As we continue on with the story of Y2K, we're presented with a few situations where the game directly guides us on a few crucial moments. As I established earlier, Alex has the ability to edit the context of things within the story itself. And the ones I'm pointing out here are the only ones that actually affect the value of whether or not Rory commits suicide. There's other things that you have options on, but they don't affect that at all.
These moments are examples of this.
Like kissing him.
But why?
Yeah, people say that kissing him makes him kill himself, but that's not what happens. It doesn't affect anything at all, actually.
Yeah, that was a Jack Saint thing, and if you actually look at the values, it was because he didn't pick up Rory to go to the mall.
I think that's the only actual way to make him kill himself. I don't think you can rack up enough points if you don't.
Well, yeah. I mean, it wasn't just that. Like, he could have still saved him, but it was a part in the beginning of the game where he went to the record stop first before getting Rory.
Yeah, that part also adds. I think you might.
And if he didn't,
if you go to the record stop first, and if you refuse to listen to him, that might be the only other way that you can do it. But yeah.
Yeah, it's because of those two things that happened, and they're like, well, maybe because I kissed him and whatever.
It results in Rory committing suicide.
He's gone. His mother found him. It's too screwed up to even think about. We went to his funeral last night. Where the hell were you? He was hurting from losing his sister still. Oh, shit. I wish there was something more we could have done. If only we'd seen the warning signs. If only we had tried more to reach out to him. If we had just worked a little bit more.
I have a question to ask.
Oh.
I feel like from the way how Ville's reacting, this very much implies that Alex also diminished his and Rory's relationship, because the fact that Vela makes it sound like they spent a lot more time with him, while Alex makes it seem like it was only one night. He's only known this guy for one day, so like him being mad at him is like a bit too much, but it's also like it's a guy he'll never meet again, or it's a guy he literally just met, so I can understand why he'd be a bit more upset. But if this was like a long-term friend and that argument led to it, it would really like make it more apparent of how Alex is lying.
Well, it just seems to be a matter of like, did the Sino Alice video stop? No, it's still going. Okay, sorry. It seems to be a matter of it not really being what it being a matter of Alex blaming himself and then trying to find a way to justify his actions, but also what's the way to put it? Fucking wish fulfillment into making it so, oh, I could have done something.
Well, I know, I get that. I'm just saying that, like, it doesn't make sense of how Rory. I mean, I guess if they weren't long term friends, even if like maybe it was like a month or so, it doesn't make sense for Villa to have gotten Rory's number without like them having some more like established time, considering of how everything went down.
Well, it takes place over a year within the story of the game, and this is at the end of the year.
Well, I know that, but like I'm saying that like because from the way that Alex makes it sound, it's just that like him being so like aggressive to Rory, I feel like they probably would have known each other for maybe a few months. I feel like he was just kind of like consolidating that day to like make it easier for storytelling. It was maybe like a month or so, and then he just was like, "Yeah, it all happened like at once."
A year ago, I would have thought, don't be so hard on yourself, or if someone wants to die, there isn't anything you can do to stop it. I would have convinced myself it was somehow not my fault. I wouldn't have allowed myself to feel guilty. Why was I so afraid of feeling guilty? Why did I continue to convince myself that nothing was ever my fault? Sometimes things are your fault. I did my best to not let her know I felt guilty. Why? Because I wanted her to like me. I needed everyone to like me. I needed to be a solid guy in everyone's book.
Why this is heavily criticized can seem a bit obvious, but I think it's also missing a lot of context as to why it occurred in the first place. The other scene I want to address before we go forward is in the K&N ending. If Rory commits suicide in the main part of the game, he will appear here. The room that we see him in...
We really can see the production quality jump in my videos with just this scene here.
As a strange line of text associated with it.
Because in these, you all have Alex just standing there being weird.
What a strange request. Have you checked the supply closet? We should have some in there. Just be careful. Only people with dead friends are allowed to go in.
And it's always dead friends, regardless of whether or not Rory is alive or not.
I feel the important detail here is that you can enter this supply closet regardless. While that can seem inconspicuous, and I'm sure you're already thinking of solutions on the basis of the end of the world stuff, but I want to present a different perspective for you that has far deeper implications.
Hey, I have to tell you something, so just relax.
Yeah, and here I point out
player
name specifically because
That's weird.
that's something that, like, some videos, like Zingus's video, they'll use footage that says YOU, and it makes it seem like he's talking to Alex.
I have to tell you something.
Oh man, don't even mention that video. Your game is want to get started on it.
But I'm in a better place.
Now, let's pause the dialogue here for a moment. And I want to point out something crucial about not only this ending, but what Rory is saying here. This right here. Not, hey Alex, but hey player name. The name you entered at the beginning of the game.
Don't blame yourself for what happened to me. So just know that I forgive you. Forgive yourself. Just maybe be a little more careful next time a friend is in need.
And I know you're going to say, but I literally made the choices that led to Rory committing suicide. And you would be right if it weren't for the fact that Alex has control of the narrative and adds the ability to act unlike himself to reach out to Rory and stop him from committing suicide.
Were my own personal whims so important that I couldn't see he was begging for help?
If you have ever dealt with the loss of someone in a situation like this, there's a prevailing feeling that most people have. I wish I could have done anything to make it to where this person didn't do this. And I believe this is the root of why certain events happen and the presentation of them. Alex is the narrator of the story. He is able to tell you what situations he wants to happen. He is a guiding force within not only the narrative of the game, but also the game itself. Alex has some sort of influence over the presentation of the game itself. So if this is the case, and you feel that to some degree you're responsible for this situation because you said this. So this is me kind of explaining, you know, the way a postmodern story works without directly referring to it as postmodernism. Awful thing to your friend? Wouldn't you change the context? Wouldn't you make it to where what you said wouldn't be as bad? Wouldn't you make it so you can talk to them and reach out to them and potentially stop them from doing this? I know I would. Damn, what a big pause.
Mic drop.
For this video. I gotta thank the people. Damn. I want to thank Vince94 for voicing Bare Necessity, Robin for voicing SNES Man 99, Luna Freya VA for voicing KNN Receptionist. And again, a huge thank you to Robeson for providing the amazing character art you've seen throughout this video.
Am I on stream?
Following their links in the description.
Ooh.
And have a wonderful day.
Oh, what was that? Oh, special thanks. What did...
Oh my god!
Screenshots, yep. Hello again, this is Hellkrai, and yet again we're continuing the
Number
series
3.
on analyzing.
Oh, look, it's funny title drop.
Understanding the story of YIIK, a postmodern RPG. If you haven't seen the previous videos, there's a link to the playlist in the description. I highly recommend it. Okay, so like something I've told people because I was working on one of the later videos is I think with this one I don't really do it, but in a lot of the later videos, the opening scene, like especially like in 5 and 6, this will be a scene I got a screenshot for, or this recording of, and I was like, that looks really cool, and then not use it anywhere. Same with 6. It was like, hey, this is a really cool shot in the game. But there's nowhere to really use it, so I'll just put it here at the beginning. And once more, I'll explain that I'll be covering 1.0, the original release of the game. There are some changes in later versions, and it'll be something I cover separately. Starting in Chapter 3, Alex reflects on how he was rude to Rory. And then... Oh yeah, so this video, because it ends up having a lot of stuff to do with Michael, I am feeling pressured about what songs I can use, and with Michael, there's not a lot of songs related to him. There's Breakaway, and...
that's about it.
And Onism, basically. And a lot of the posts here are of Onism posts. So what I wanted to do is, because since it's a lot of Onism posts, the person who made the Onism song was Michael Kelly, who also made the soundtrack for Yuppie Psycho and Valhalla. And I was like, oh, well, I could probably just use other good Michael Kelly songs to kind of pad this out. So I wanted to make sure that I had an annotation that said what song was from what. To his mother. I say in the same manner here because we have 2 scenes that are presented exactly the same way. I want you to keep these scenes in mind because they do have a lot of importance later. Alex fails to find a job and goes home. But suddenly, at night, Alex is visited by a soul survivor in his house. He's led to this radio tower in his backyard and finds Mystical Ultima LP Legend. What's happening with the record is extremely complex, and I will get into that when we visit Vela's Mine Dungeon. So this is something I did in this video, and specifically the Vela video. I specifically went out of my way to not talk about the record. To just keep
good
that I was just going to keep talking about how I'll talk about it some other time, or just mention it as if it's like because there's this weird thing where a lot of people say a lot of stuff about the record and are really confused about it. So here we are. Alex looks to get the gang back together for one last heist, and seemingly forgets where Michael lives, despite Michael telling him that he'll remember where he lives.
That was weird. I've known Michael forever, and I swear to God, he always lived in that house.
Is Michael home?
Yeah, but he's sick. I'll let him know you rang the doorbell.
Hashtag YIIK MILFs.
Cool.
Around the same time, a post on Onizim appears where Michael posts this.
This is the first I'm hearing of this. Has anyone gone to see if they could find the ghost?
This
If
is
you do,
fucked up.
Please confirm the appearance of the ghost or upload some photos. I'll try and get out there this weekend, but I'm stuck inside studying for the SATs.
Who voiced this guy?
Some hack.
So linguistic spaceship being Michael is really funny. So
yeah, because I'm Alex, obviously.
Linguistic. There was this guy called Byzantine who was trying to make a YIIK fan game, and I don't know if he's still.
Oh, Byzantine's great.
But he wanted voice acting for it, and Linguistic had messaged him about being Michael before.
Yeah, I want to be Alex too.
And so I thought it would be really funny to have him as Michael here. Also, it was really funny because had to do basically a whole fucking voice directing session because Linguistic wasn't very confident in doing voiceover.
Yeah, the first one sucked ass.
And yeah, I infected
in your own, yeah.
With some of the autisms I have about voice acting.
Yeah, in your words, you said it was cringe. I mean,
I don't.
And you were right. You did say it was cringe.
I don't know if my mic catched it, but I just want to say, I hope that guy's doing okay.
Byzantine, yeah, I hope so too. I hope his little project comes together because it was really interesting and it'd be really funny to play.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
However, at the beginning of the story, Michael said he already took the SATs.
Just took the SATs.
Oh,
That's
also,
about it.
because there's multiple Michaels I'm talking about here, I had Rope Snake draw multiple Michael heads. And also, Rope Snake ends up voicing a Michael, which is funny because he read Michael's voice in one of the IV streams.
And in the scene, 8 days after Alex yelled at Rory, he mentions that Michael is in his room pretending to study.
Michael was stuck in his house, pretending to study for finals.
And I think this is a great time to explain Michael's story. To understand who Michael
I'm wondering,
is.
It might have been at this point. It might have been in the next video. I think it's definitely the next video. I was talking about like writing the script or whatever, and people kept asking me like, "What is it going to talk about?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? What is it going to talk about?" Like, I feel like I've signposted this pretty well that I'm going in order of events, and literally the next characters we meet are Claudio and Chandra.
And what he's doing, you have to read a lot of Onizim posts.
Oh, I'm SNES Man 99. I think that's the first time I've had to say that out loud. Michael is Veriformer, and Vela isn't cool enough to go on the message board.
It's weird.
The Michael.
How did he say SNES Man? He's reaction not.
So we're gonna cover quite a few posts, and there's gonna be a lot of reading and
Hammer.
Luckily,
Linguistic, what's your favorite level editing tool?
Oh wait. It is Hammer. Source Hammer is pretty good. I mean, Hammer plus plus is good too.
For a moment, I thought you guys actually made a YIIK level editor.
Dude, I wish.
That'd be kind of cool.
I'd make the best dungeons.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, this one was also edited by Daniel H.
Sometimes we have to pretend to be people we aren't just to convince others to keep us company. I think that's tragic, but it's the reality of being a subnormal human. For some, our thoughts can be weird and divisive. There are things we know to be true that others will never be able to see as fact.
a great place
Man, Rope Snake is so cool.
to start would be the post that Rory
Hell
made,
yeah.
a car accident from when I was a child. Here, Michael tells a story from his childhood.
I swear, I make a thread like this once a week, but I can't help but be compelled to see everyone's first experience with the surreal. When I was a kid, I had an obsession with computers. I still do. My dad had this word processor with a tiny screen, where you could see maybe like 10 to 15 words at a time. and he'd work on it, and when he was done, I was allowed to use it. So I started writing stories.
This lines up with some stuff we're told in the story itself.
Now my dad pays me to proofread the things he writes.
I remember how it goes. The Incandenza family appear to be ordinary.
So, this is a whole thing because I'm like, I want to go over this whole story because it's really interesting and how it leads to like who Michael is, specifically to Alex. And it was a bit of a challenge because I was like, damn, there is no visual to this in the game because this is all text. So I did this funny motion comic thing, and I could show off a lot of these images. This one is specifically a redraw of this stock photo that I use in a little bit. I just traced over it because I thought it would be really funny. And they're inverted because I just think it looks really funny.
People during day-to-day life, but when photographed, they look distorted. On St. Patrick's Day of 1992, the family is photographed at a local parade. The next day, the family moves out.
That's a
Some
beautiful
kids
house.
decide to break into
Who are those little guys? Little earthbound.
Oh, those are my
Lisa?
Yeah. Just little.
It's the YIIK party.
Really funny animation because I just drew them relatively quick and then tilted them.
the house and see if they left anything. They did, in fact. You know.
What the fuck is that?
Cat piano, bro. You never had one?
Nope.
I think the cat piano is really funny because it was a central plot point in a Rooster Teeth show.
I think every piano I had as a kid was like a real digital keyboard that was just on the cheaper end.
Old toy piano. After trading some cards with the toy piano, the main character acquires it.
Yeah, Link. I wanted him to do the Link pose, and I was trying to find a way to rotate the piano, and then thought just a rotation cube was really funny.
So fucked up.
There you go. You have him doing the Link pose.
From the kids who stole it.
He's got some beautiful arms.
He realizes that the curse of the peculiar
I'm trying to remember. I think this was a drawing off of a stock photo. I can't remember off the top of my head.
piano is true and calls in his lover, a senior named Alexander, to
He's playing the game on the bottom right of the screen.
I think it's really funny to have it be this stock photo 3D hand. And I was like, what would be really funny is if I made him have a cringy anime girl wallpaper.
help him. They're talking, and she reveals.
This is definitely from a stock photo, and let's see, there's him. There's something really funny I did with the hands where I tried to draw them as fucked up as possible because you can't really see it. I was like, you're not going to be able to see, like, you'll see like a little bit of it. It doesn't matter how I draw these hands. So one of them has 6 fingers and the other one is just warped.
Can I point something out here?
Yeah.
The way you drew Michael in this scene, he looks like he's from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. And then you know,
I don't know, I just thought that was kind of funny.
The text file slang with slogans is a reference to Brad Neely animation.
Feels that she is one of the Incandenzas. Alex Incandenza. Alex
Incandenza.
I changed the. This is something I don't know if anybody noticed, but it's just a completely different character than the other character I drew. It's not a different angle or anything. They're just completely different. Because I thought that was funny. Incandenza is interesting because it's the name of the characters in Infinite Jest.
She submits herself to the curse. The next day, I met a neighbor whose name was Alex. Ever since then, I've realized that thought had power. I've realized that writing things and believing them can make them true.
It's one of my favorite
There's another
lines in the
post by
game.
Michael that I want to cover, but I will briefly explain what's going on here. In this post, Michael is obviously recounting this fictional story he wrote. However, what's important to note here is the main character being named Mike, a nickname for people named Michael, and his lover being named Alexandra. And Michael, noticing it's kind of odd, he meets a stranger named Alex. Following that, we have a post titled, "A Weird Game a Cutie's Brother Made."
I've been seeing this girl. She's my girlfriend yet, but I'm working on it. She's cool, but her family is really weird. They don't really talk when I go over to her house. Her brother has something wrong with him. Some form of autism, I guess.
Based Michael.
Her brother's
I
really
think
into making
there's funny because later in this video I assert that it's Alex that the story is about and that they're together. And somebody, I was like, well, how do you know it's an Alex? And it's literally he has some sort of, I just reply with that he has some form of autism, I guess.
I mean, yeah, who else it could be? I mean, come on.
This Onism post fucking rules.
feels like the game itself is possessed by a spirit. I didn't really know what that meant. A few months go by, still not much like with the girl, but enjoying her platonic company. So, on Wednesday, the girl invites me over to play the game, and we boot it up on his computer. Game runs from DOS. Graphics are shit, but there's something there, something that cut really deep. In the game, nobody else knows that your character is under a curse, except for him. The curse is super weird, because you wouldn't expect it to really be that big of a deal. Whenever you go to pick up a phone in the game, you hear this screaming hiss in your ear. It was really cool. The kid set it up so that it only came out of one speaker. It felt really realistic. Every time you try and leave your home to continue the quest, people keep calling you on your telephone. You can't hear what they're saying because they're screaming that hiss at you.
So that's really interesting that he mentions that. The people keep calling you on the telephone, because that's something we see throughout the game.
So, anyway, I go home. I plan calling the girl later that night. But when I go to pick up the phone, I swear I hear that hiss. It's really faint, but my heart starts racing. I can't call her.
Once again, this post is a bit paraphrased, but with what we know about Alex, the story being told here doesn't seem out of the question to assume that the girl in the situation would be Alex's sister, and that Alex is the person who put together this game that Michael is speaking about. An aspect of the story that a lot of people get hung up on is how parts of Michael's story don't seem to make sense.
RPG games are seriously the best! Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2, Secret of Mana! Those games are like the holy grail of my youth!
And with a lot of these lines not having the context that you need through playing the game several times and reading Onism, they seem like odd mistakes. We're going to jump around the story.
Yeah, that's another way to call YIIK.
More about Michael using what Alex says about him.
And then Michael. When did Michael move back to Frankton?
Didn't Michael move away when he was 10?
When did he move away?
Michael, 19, a tall, witty, brown-haired white guy. He was a few years younger than me, but I never felt like there was much of an age gap when we hung out. He was a good kid, a bit younger than me, and usually worth a laugh or two. My hand covered my eyes to block the sunlight to see him better. I thought back to the last time I had seen him. For some reason, I couldn't place any memories of him since before high school.
Michael had moved to the area when he was 12, 1991. The year Michael Stipe of REM sang Losing My Religion.
Ah! It's your best childhood friend. Think back to when you met me. We were kids.
Oh, this one's fun. The phone in the background, that's from the Prime demo.
REM had just become a big hit.
So it's not all 1.0 footage, it's also like pre 1.0 footage.
Yeah.
Didn't he move when I was 12? When did he move back to Frankton?
Why is Michael back in Frankton?
Yeah, so
Didn't
here,
they move to...
I don't know. Some people got confused about this, but I'm like pointing out that how could Michael moved away when he's 12? If he moved away when he was, or you know, it doesn't math right if Alex is older than him. Because if he moved away when he was 10 and he moved to the area in 1991, he would have already been 12. So how would he move away when he was 10? And if he's 12 and Alex is older than him, how would he be able to move away when he was 12?
Canada when his dad got that publishing deal?
He sold his house, right? Didn't a cute girl move in there?
Come to think of it, didn't you and Michael have a falling out? He moved away, you went to hang out with him, and he had given you the wrong address or something like that?
Yeah, sort of. He had me meet him at a mall near his house, and when I got there, he never showed up. That was the last I heard of him.
Some of the exact timing doesn't match up here. With these, I feel it gives enough context to kind of explain who Michael is as a character. From the posts and what Alex referred to happening, even offhandedly mentioning that he was younger than Michael at the time, it sort of shows that Michael could have been someone that Alex's sister was dating. Or at the very least, somebody she was close with. And in some of his posts, Michael doesn't seem particularly close with the Alex who is the younger brother, but does take interest in what he's doing. Now, with this next part, I'm gonna admit, it's gonna sound like I'm getting ahead of myself, but these are things I will explain later. But if I don't mention this here, I won't be able to explain to you what's going on with Michael's story. Alex is a person who has been mostly ignored by his parents. They love him, they take care of him, they even made sure he went to college. But they don't have an active role in his life. So I think in this scenario, Alex is kind of looking at his sister and her friend as almost replacements for this connection. By doing this, in his mind, looking at the situation and the relationships he has with Michael in a different way than what's actually there. This connection Alex is longing for in the story results in him putting Michael in an endless state of being 19, right before he moves away to Canada. Because if his best childhood friend, the one person who cares about him, moves away to Canada, then he won't be in his life anymore. And this is why Michael's always studying for the SATs. This is why there's so many time discrepancies with their relationship. There's even more to the relationship Alex has with Michael. When you consider the way Alex constructs his reality based off things Michael has created. Look at Onism, for example. We've already seen how some posts there end up being twisted into a new reality that Alex is presenting us. This relationship is almost like Michael being an artist, and Alex being a member of the audience who projects meaning onto the art for himself. I believe this is to show that he really admires Michael, but at the same time, given some other scenes, it seems he also thinks Michael believes that he's better than everyone else. There's a few more things to cover about Michael, but I think I've given you most of what you need to understand him. I'll talk about parallel lives and protoforms in the future, but today I'm going to end this video and thank Rope Snake for providing the voice for Chrono Cross.
Based Rope
Mr.
Snake.
Spaceship for providing the
Mr.
voice.
Spaceship.
for
Loser.
Form.
Damn.
And once again, thank Rope Snake for his amazing character art. And the way you can support these people will be linked in the description, so please support my homies. I'll see you next time.
You know, learning a lot about Michael, I sometimes wonder now, was he really the guy in the pickle suit?
That's the $1 million question.
Oh no.
Damn.
I don't know.
Hello.
Then there was a decent gap between videos, but this one, you know,
Again, this
we
is
start
Hellkrai.
on this
Yet
scene,
again,
which
we're
is
continuing
the
series
ending
for
scene of the
fourth
last
time
video.
on analyzing and understanding the story of Y2K, a postmodern RPG. If you haven't seen the previous videos, there's a link to the playlist in the description. I highly recommend it. And once more, I'll explain that I'll be covering 1.0, the original release of the game. There's some changes in later versions, and it'll be something I cover separately. After this time of hanging out with Rory and Michael, running around random record shops, we eventually meet Claudio. Claudio is actually the owner of all these record shops throughout New Jersey, and luckily he had seen the post on Onizim.
Guys, desperately trying to track down Mystical Ultimate LP Legend by Vela Wild. I can't explain it right now, but I promise it has something to do with the Star Creatures and Elevator Girl. If we find this, we can find EG and finally get to the bottom of this.
I run a record store, and I'll be on the lookout for it. I might know a collector who has it. I'll see him this weekend and be sure to ask him.
Yo, my man Mark.
Actually doesn't appear until later, but he knows exactly what we're looking for. Bad news, he doesn't have it, but he thinks he might know somewhere we can get it. So he grabs his sister, and we get 2 new party members for our wacky...
Yeah, that post, the Mystical Ultimate LP Legend post is crazy.
There's a post on Onizim that links
pretty
directly
fun.
to the Mount Town quest we're about to embark on. Mysterious haunting in Southern Cave.
Greetings from Mount Town. Rumors have been going around that there is a ghost haunting a
She
nearby
says,
cave.
okay, so like I sent this to her to read this because I had her read earlier stuff. And, the way she said Onizim in it, O-N-I-S-M, it was really weird. So I was just like, yeah, I'll just cut around this.
I've been thinking of checking it out and seeing what the deal is.
I've also heard this rumor about the Mount Town cave. Apparently it's a girl in her 20s with long black hair, pale skin.
I think with some of these, I had a lot of these quotes picked out around the same time I was making the last video. I don't remember why there was such a big gap between releasing them. But like I think I had some of these already recorded from the people that I was
guess 'cause
asking
she's
them
dead. And glasses. Any chances it's the elevator girl?
This is the first I'm hearing of this. Has anyone gone to see if they could find the ghost? If you do, please confirm the appearance of the ghost or upload some photos. I'll try and get out there this weekend, but I'm stuck inside studying for the SATs all week.
There's them talking about the SATs.
Now, today's focus will be mostly on the story of Claudio and Chandra, but as always, I'll mention things that'll be important in future videos. So as we enter Mount Town, we see a lot of people invested in this spooky ghost story, haunting, or whatever at the mountain cave. With several posts on Onizim, some people draw a connection between this ghost and potentially Sammy. Even our good friend, Super Pudding, makes an appearance. While Alex is here on a different journey, it's a little odd that for some reason these details are lining up. As we journey up the mountain, we get to learn a lot about Claudio and Chandra.
We've lost someone before. We know what it's like. Maybe that's what drew me to the Sammy Park case.
I see. What about the soul survivors and all that?
Let's say we've had experience with the supernatural before.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985.
I do think with the way this is edited, this is a really good moment, a part of the original scene. It's kind of put in here a little bit.
Looked for him for months. Dad never stopped.
So it's the whole thing with Alex explains his whole story of what happened, and the thing they focus on is Rory's missing sister. And Alex is like, well, what about the soul survivors and stuff?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to keep the narrative back on like what he thinks is what matters.
Yep, and then they just go talk about their story and what they had going on.
Yeah, they're talking about their missing person
That makes
rather than
it
like
relate to
Alex's
Rory.
dumb shit.
Task force. They had one guy they suspected, but every lead fell through.
You act like they even tried. A 4-year-old black kid goes missing in a shit neighborhood, and you think they really tried?
Yeah, it's complicated, Alex.
I don't remember this being on the news or anything, and you're from Windtown, right? That's like an hour outside of Frankton. How the hell did this get national coverage?
Isn't it obvious, man? Same reason no one gives a shit about Sammy Park.
I'm I'm sure if Aaron had been a beautiful white woman, everyone would have cared that he vanished.
Aaron?
Everyone would have had a candlelight vigil and a
Who's
moment of
that?
silence. But that's just not how these things work. And you know what's funny? My dad is a lawyer, and my mom was an assistant to the governor. It's not like we were shit no one people, you know? It just wasn't news or whatever they told us.
Alex, don't you think Sammy's parents tried to get some attention for their daughter's disappearance? It's not that easy. Those people you see on TV.
This is also something that makes it very different from the Elisa Lam case. The Elisa Lam case was really widely publicized.
Are people who can make a great.
And for this, it's only like an internet thing.
That's just the way it works.
This correlates with a syndrome in real life called missing white woman syndrome, where news media gives a disproportionate amount of attention to these stories, primarily because of racial stigmas. I want to take a moment to reflect and sort of analyze the situation and what it means for the characters. Claudio is the older brother in the situation. Generally, this is seen as a role of a protector of some sort. Although he seems really lighthearted and goofy, the disappearance of his brother definitely hangs heavy on him. He becomes obsessed with autism because he thinks that he can help other people. Even though this is something that happened a long time ago to him, he still puts up missing posters for his brother at all of his record shops across all of New Jersey. In other words, he's actively looking for ways to sort of prevent other people from having to deal with this pain of losing someone they care about, even if that means investing himself in situations that constantly remind him of this traumatic event. And Chandra reinforces this reading when she confronts Alex.
I hate to admit it, but sometimes I just wish we could let him go. My younger brother, you know? Not a day goes by where I don't think about him. And you know what's really funny? I don't even remember what he looks like. We have a few old photos, but most of them he just looks like every other kid to me. Round-faced, happy, playing video games, or falling off a bike.
You don't remember anything about him?
No, I don't think so. I think I only remember what people tell me about him. And you know what's funny? He was my twin brother. I was a minute older than him. Claudio still gets frustrated with me sometimes. You're his twin, can't you feel him out there? Or don't you
Chandra's so
have
based.
powers that let you know if he's in pain? I don't believe in that stuff. Well, not usually. Sometimes I do. It's in those moments that I really do think he isn't out there anymore. If there was a connection, I'd feel something. And since there is nothing there, he must be gone. Sometimes people just vanish. They are there one moment and gone the next. Bad people take them, they fall into sewers. But life has to move on. It's harder for my parents, I think.
Interesting mention of
him and whatever.
sewers.
But Claudio? I don't think he'll ever move on. It's all he thinks about.
chill.
And finding this Sammy Pat girl, this obsession you brought onto him, this shit isn't fair. He had one dead kid to worry about never finding, and now you gave him another.
Now, Chandra's story is a little different. It's not explained to us here, but it's explained to us much later in the story, with a couple of seemingly random conversations. Chandra's family took her and Claudio to Japan one year. Given some of the context,
Damn, I'm
it
getting
would seem this
double
might be a
deja
way to
vu.
use
I
Claudio's
remember this part in the
otaku
newest
nature to sort
video.
of comfort him after the loss of his brother. Here, Chandra ends up finding a friend named Beta Himura. She speaks extremely fondly of her, and even mentions how this interaction with this person in Japan shaped a lot of her personality. Her clothes and hula hoop all stem from meeting this person.
You want to know about my outfit? Okay. You're strange, Alex Eagleston. But I'll bite. Last Christmas, me, Claudio, and my parents went to Japan for Claudio's birthday. We stayed in Nakashibetsu with my dad's coworker. His parents left him their house when they passed away. We stayed there from mid-December to mid-January. I remember feeling scared arriving in Japan.
So,
I knew the culture shock was going to be one thing, but I didn't really know.
part of the goal of this video and the previous one with Michael is like people like to say that the other characters are really underdeveloped, and I'm like, I don't know, man. There's quite a lot to them if you listen.
What it meant to immerse myself in another culture. The first 2 weeks, I hung with my parents while Claudio wandered around.
I don't remember if this video talks about Claudio's obsession with anime. Does it talk about it?
I think it has a passing
That's the
mention of
amazing
it.
thing about my brother.
Because it's
Even in a
important to his character in a way. Because I think most people just see that as like a one-note character trait, but they don't consider like Aaron's shirt, or Alexander's shirt, I should say, has the anime on it and everything. You know?
I think I don't know if I mentioned it, but there is this there's this Claudio that you can run into at the very beginning of the game, and he has that shirt on and not the other shirt.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I'm also just thinking about how the anime premiered in 1985, which is also the same year Aaron went missing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's just lines in the game where Rory is like, you know, you have a borderline obsession with this anime, and maybe it's like not just because he likes it; it's like for some other reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you get what I mean, we'll get what I'm putting down. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
My Japanese. So we started hanging out. And long story short, she bought me this on the last day of our trip. It took me a while to get over my fears, but when I did, I made a great friend in a girl named Bera. Bera taught me how to hula hoop, and for 3 weeks straight, we bonded over it. Sometimes
Bondage.
all it takes is one cool person to pull you out of your shell, you know?
While she describes Claudio as super friendly, he doesn't seem to get an attachment to somebody how Chandra does here. And notably, Chandra says that she doesn't really remember her brother who went missing.
No, I don't think so. I think I only remember what people tell me about him.
I feel like this sort of frames her relationship with her
beta
friend in
former,
Japan as something she might feel she
beta
lost.
wild.
Well, at least more than her brother. She didn't really have a connection with the literal brother she had that she lost, but she did have a deep personal connection with this friend she made. So now we get to the point of the video where I take a single innocuous line and compare it to a scene at some point in the game and show how this shows a much deeper meaning than it first really appears as. If you look at all the missing posters throughout the game...
That's just a joke about how I wrote some of the other stuff where it's like, oh yeah, there's this one, like I think the first video does this, where it's just like, oh yeah, and then this one piece of dialogue, and then here's all this information you can extrapolate from that.
You'll notice that they say Alexander Unkirk. And at the end of the game, on the planet of Lonely Star Children, you'll see this same kid at the same tree, dressed exactly the same, just standing there. Actually, this photo looks exactly the same as where he's standing here. The immediate assumption is that, oh, this...
Also, I love doing the thing where I make the things spin. I think it's so funny.
This is Claudio and Chandra's missing brother, that he was just like Alex. But if we take a moment and rewind it back, we see that the brother's name isn't Alexander. The brother's name is Aaron.
I'm sure if Aaron had been a beautiful white woman, everyone would have cared that he vanished.
So, what does this mean? As we've seen with Michael, as we've seen with Rory, as we've seen with Sammy in the past few videos, there's something that Alex is doing here to manipulate the narrative. To make this point a bit better, I want to take a couple of phone calls from the end of the game.
Son?
Dad?
Where the hell have you been? We were worried sick about you. You said you were just going to bike to Justin's house.
You know, he called it Dad. That's Chandra. Clearly.
Claudio and your mom are freaking out.
Hey, Alex, it's your mom. When are you coming home? Claudio's waiting for you to watch some cartoons.
I think the best way to describe what this says about Alexander is that he was a neighborhood kid that Claudio and Chandra babysat. In this, Alex calls Chandra Dad, showing how he really felt close to these two, and how he, sort of like Michael, put them in a role of replacing his absent parents. So, because Alexander felt close to these two, when Aaron goes missing, Alexander, as a young kid who probably doesn't realize what it feels like to lose a sibling, instead almost sees himself as a replacement for the brother they had lost. This likely causes a lot of friction between them, and when Alex is given narrative control over the story, he edits the missing posters to coincide with his feelings of the circumstance. Because afterwards, he feels like the brother that is lost in this situation. He takes his pain and his story and puts that in front of Claudio and Chandra's story. Now I know you're kind of wondering how I come to this sort of conclusion. Well, I don't know if I can describe it super well in this video, But the main aspect you use to understand something like this is the idea of parallel lives. If Alexander exists on the planet of Lonely Star Children at the end, and is a parallel Alex, then that means that he likely lived a similar life to Alex.
Talk about
What we
cultural
know about
appropriation.
who Alex is and the
Yes.
behaviors he displays are similar actions to what Alexander could have done. This is why, when I mentioned the sort of projection
Alex really is a different type of ginger.
he does on Rory or Michael or Sammy, all of those are at play here with Alexander and how he projects on Claudio's story. There's more I could say here, but I'll leave that to other videos. For this one, I'd like to thank Robin for voice acting Reaction Dog, Tez the Kid for voicing Paper Shivers, Lunafreya VA for voicing Superb Pudding, Linguistic Spaceship for voicing Vera Former,
Damn,
and
that
Rope
fucking
Snake
video
for
of
not only
Xeno
voicing
Alice is
Chrono
still
Cross,
going.
but
That's
also
crazy.
providing the amazing character art we've seen.
Slowly pulling my
I
mind from my body.
occasionally forget about it and then look back over and I'm like, oh, do I need to restart this? And it's like, no, it's still there. Damn. And then we get to 1 month ago. So like there was a huge problem that I had after making that last video, the Claudio video. And I had already written the Vela video and I just didn't like how it went. So that's 6, 4. Yeah. So I started reformatting how these work a bit, and it made it a lot easier to kind of produce these, where I would have these in different things, specifically call out which audio line it is, and all the stuff in here. So with the next one, I don't know if I have an earlier version of it. I probably don't. Where is it? 5. Ah, yes. Mystical Ultimate LP Legend by Vela Wild. But there was a whole bit I had wrote at one point that I didn't like. It was... let me see if I have it somewhere. It was this whole thing where I was really trying to like show how it felt like the Mind Dungeon, a lot of the plot points of it were more like a magazine article rather than, deep story things about Vela. And I kind of wrote it in this way where it was like somebody being interviewed, and I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I think you said it was too fan fiction-y, wasn't it?
Yeah, because like what I like to do in these videos is sort of just really show exactly what the game said, and then say, okay, and here's what you could think about that possibly, instead of bringing up completely new shit. I do think it is on purpose that it's supposed to be like a magazine thing, but I didn't want to add to the story in that way. I think it was just a really lame way to approach the explaining the story.
And we know how much fan fiction other people do, so I mean, it would be good to avoid that.
For sure. So it was like something like that. This is 5. I only have a copy of 4 and 6 where... Yeah, and there was... it was just something I was really annoyed with for a while, and then eventually cut it out and did the funny Hannah Montana bit instead. Because I had mentioned that a lot of times, I think there was even a YIIK cord thread I had about this thing where I was explaining it, because I was just really struggling to put it in a way that I thought was good for a video. What is this? There's a bunch of funny threads. We'll have to do a stream where I just go over the funny threads. demystify. I don't remember. Where is this? Doesn't keep Juno? No. Yeah, I just don't see it anywhere. Did I not make anything? I don't know. I feel like I remember having a conversation about it at one point because I was so frustrated with it. And I ended up having to show this to quite a few people to like try to figure out what I was going to do with it. I had Chella, Linguistic, Big Show Rules, look over it a few times. I was trying to think if there was anyone else. But I think it ended up being a pretty good video. I think there's something in every YIIK video where I try to add something I haven't said yet in the YIIK chord, and just kind of was a thought that I had, and even if it's something small, just kind of point it out. And I feel like this video, it had that before I talked about the aspect of Vela's, Mind Dungeon being this sort of mostly based off of what seems to be like a magazine article. I think the part that does work for this is where I just bother explaining why Semi is there in the first place. But the rest of it is whatever. Yeah. It was also weird because at this point I don't have the money to really spend on just getting random people to voice act things. So Chella did offer up to voice Vela, which was super cool. And at this point, I feel like it's been long enough since I made the last video, and I drew this really cool artwork that I liked a lot of Vela. I still really like this. I feel like I could probably do something a bit better now, but I still think that it's really cool. And I was like, oh, well, I'd love to show this off in some way. And since it was, time for the new YIIK video, what better place to do that than the new YIIK video? Let me see if I could pull up the GIF, because it's a GIF. Yeah, here we go. When I was in the middle of making this image this specific way, I had a few different variations of it. Let me see if I can find those. I don't know where they are specifically. I think they're in my commissions folder. So, yeah, there we go. I did it this way specifically for this because I didn't like certain aspects of the way that the art looked, so it was cooler to kind of highlight certain parts in order to make it look neater, I guess. And then there's this one, which is the thumbnail version. I did run into a problem after I first uploaded this where I'm like, an issue is that people will see this and not know it's Y2K related, so I had to throw in the logo. Somewhere.
Yeah, if there's no Alex in the thumbnail, people are not going to know it's YIIK.
Exactly. But yeah, That's basically the story of that and the pre-production of it. I'm not sure there's much else to it than that. There's the whole drawing without post-processing, and then here's the signature I made up for Vela, because I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool if it was like an album artwork. And some of them sometimes have like, signatures printed on them. I'd asked Andrew and Brian, I was like, well, how would Vela sign her name? And neither one of them had an idea. Oh. Let me turn the volume off. The process of drawing it as well. Yeah, I was specifically going for this like weird pop art style. I hadn't seen anybody do any Y2K artwork in, and I think it came out pretty well. I was really struggling with her hair for a bit. And then it's Skiffy. Delete those. Okay, cool. Now we're properly prepared to go into the next video. Didn't know if there was anybody have any questions or anything, so it was kind of stalling.
Hello again, I'm Hellkrai, and welcome to the 5th video in my series analyzing Y2K, a postmodern RPG. If you haven't seen the previous videos, there's a link to the playlist in the description. I highly recommend it. And once more, I'll explain that I'll be covering 1.0, the original release of the game. There are some changes in later versions, and those will be something I cover separately.
So, I don't know if I did this consciously. I do not know why I did this specifically, but every now and then I think back on the videos and I go, I kind of want to start it right where the last one ended. And so I picked that scene.
Our next step in the story is meeting this nice gentleman, Mark, who tells us a very long story that is interesting, but he informs Alex
that is interesting. Moves on.
Says it's an album by none other than Vela Wild.
Ah, yes. The Mystical Ultima LP Legend by Vela.
Yeah, like I could go on and explain all of Mark's story, but it's like really not relevant if I'm talking about Vela. It doesn't ever really seem to be extremely relevant outside of like a specific few details in the story. So it's like I just don't see a reason to do it, and it's something that reinforces other parts of the narrative throughout it. And it's like, okay, so like other things explain the same sort of thing that he's going on about. So it would be worthwhile, but it's like I feel like I can talk about the story without having to go into his story specifically. I feel like it's something that would be fun for the people to go out of their way to like think about and talk about on their own to try to make sense of what's going on with it and where it's relevant. And I think it would be more fun to see that after, you know, I've kind of explained most of the core story stuff.
Vela Wild.
Did you say Vela Wild?
Yeah. But didn't you know this already? It's on the cover. Did you even read it?
Clearly, she was the musician, the creator of this record. How stupid I had been. I told her about the record, and she must have assumed I read the title closely. Vela Wild. Probably a stage name.
Yeah, the mind is like that. You keep many things hidden away, and they come out when they're the most needed.
Now we can finally talk about the record that was introduced 2 videos ago. Alex found this record in the radio tower near his house. However,
Claudio mentioned a post on Onism about it.
Do you come from the internet? Are you from Onism 1999?
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into the cool use of camera stuff. Linguistic and Sneeze basically showed me how to do this. And I thought it would be really fun to get practice doing this with this video series. I plan on basically trying to do something similar with all of my videos going forward because I think it makes it more interesting. Where I just start up the game and then with whatever part I'm talking about. I pointed out in my newest video, somebody found a shot of my editing software. But essentially, I'll just load up whatever scene I think is interesting. So we could do this with the third ending stuff. Why not? The Proto Ultima Alex ending. Or should I do Old Frankton? Which one would be cooler?
Old Frankton, I think, has some really interesting shots.
Right, so I could just load up the save. Cut ending. We gotta go talk to Spammy. Oh, you can't see this, can you, Linguistic?
No, but I can see on the stream. It's just delayed.
So yeah, we're in the... Go inside Essentia's mouth.
God, I wish that were me.
Oh, I missed. Oh, yeah. Did you do the thing where these saves are available on the wiki yet? Damn.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Okay. That's okay. That is a plan that we have for this, is making it so that these are available on the YIIK.
Yeah, you could probably link to the third ending for the previous video on the wiki, and then encourage people just to check it out and edit for it, you know? Mm-hmm. I'll probably add the save sometime. I'll write it down to do.
Yeah, I'll add a link for it. Oh. Okay, somebody have a turn so I can run away again. Can I climb up there? I can, I guess. And the ladder is properly stored too. Damn.
But yeah, for the wiki save, I'll definitely make the save file a lot more optimized and have like stats that are probably better for what part of the game it is.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely.
Because I imagine because it's implied New Game Plus is a requirement, so you'd probably be like level 80 or something.
Oh wait, did I get to the wrong one? Oh yeah, it's the right one. Yeah, so here we go. We're in Old Frankton, and what I do is do the begin free cam, use game camera. Sometimes I go here and you have to, make Alex not move. Sometimes I just do it by opening a menu and then hiding the menu using tab. And bam. Now we can take the camera wherever we want and find secrets and hidden discoveries in our favorite games. So it looks like it's weirdly tilted, but yeah. Woo. Accidentally clicked off. So then I can go and get a cool shot. There's like a weird tilting thing going on, but I could probably fix that if I tried. But yeah, then I can get a cool shot like this, and then I just sit there and record that for a little bit, and then edit it into the video later. Where, like, here you go. This shot of them after the sewer, where it's close to them, and then it just repeats it. There's definitely a few ways I could do this where it would look nicer. Like if I just recorded a clip nonstop of that about that length, it would look nicer. There wouldn't be like random cuts or anything, but it's a YouTube video, so I don't think that that's too important. But yeah, I feel like it just makes the entire video look more interesting than it would otherwise, and it's just a cool thing to do. It's fun to do too, to like look around the game and try to find interesting angles to look at stuff that you normally would be able to look at.
I mean, I go on there, but how did you know?
I'm guessing it wasn't you who posted, Dan. Was it? Haven't you checked the forums today? Somebody posted a photo of this record jacket, and they've been asking people if they have a copy. They said it had something to do with Semi Park's disappearance.
Guys, desperately trying to track down Mystical Ultimate LP Legend by Vela Wild. I can't explain it right now, but I promise it has something to do with the Star Creatures and Elevator Girl. If we find this, we can find EG and finally get to the bottom of this.
And if we look at the record jacket, it shows the main cast for the characters of the game? What's going on here? It's really weird. Hellkrai can't possibly explain this. No.
And I refuse to, in this video at least.
I will.
I also think it's funny, it's Vela Wild and the Soul Chokers.
So what we need to do here is remember Vela's reaction to seeing the record.
I think the version of the one I use
can't possibly explain that.
So the texture for this is kind of low resolution in the actual game. So what I did was I took the soundtrack version of it and just added the text on top of it. And I'm pretty sure that's the version of this that I use here. But yeah. And then, like I said and point out here, it's interesting how Essentia's color scheme here is Vela's color scheme when it's on this album version of this thing.
For the characters of the game? What's going on here? It's really weird. Hellkrai can't possibly explain this. Don't worry. I will. So what we need to do here is remember Vela's reaction to seeing the record.
No! Not that! I don't care about that! This has to be a joke! Are you screwing with me? Where did you get that?
I told you it was in the radio tower!
Look, do us all a favor, and don't try to find that record.
But don't you think that this is all connected? Sammy vanishing, me meeting you, Rory, the entity appearing in my house!
Sometimes a record is just a record and an entity just lives in your house. Don't try and connect everything together like there is some giant cosmic plan. Look, don't look for that record.
Oh, I'm going to. You really can't stop me.
And then what she says after we get the record.
So, I was wondering if you could tell us about the record. The one you made.
What's there to tell? In my previous reality, I made a record. Pretty simple.
Can you tell us why a record jacket from the album you made in another reality that was set to be released next year was found in this reality?
I have no idea.
There is something interesting about that. He points out that it's next year, but in Vela's story and fucking, I think even on the tour T-shirt. Let me see if I can find the. I don't think I have. The tour T-shirt also mentions something, and it's they're different dates that the album would have been released in. Is this on the? I know I do it as part of a gag in one of the advertisements. I think it might be in YIIK Cats. There we go. Where is it? The back of the shirt specifically, because here's the front of the shirt. Oh, well, that's a web. Here's a normal file. 1998 U.S. tour. Where's the back of the shirt? Yeah. Maybe I have to go on the YIIK website to find it. Because the back of the shirt's a bunch of like show dates. Yeah, here we go. Mystica Ultima LP Tour 1998. And there you go. If the album was supposed to be released in 2000, why would they go on a tour for it in 98? And why would she in her dump later say that it was supposed to be released in 1999?
Idea. You do realize I left that reality behind intentionally, right? There are reasons I wanted to escape.
Now, let's stop here and take a moment to explore what those reasons are. In a scene after this, Vela tells Alex a story about why she left her reality.
When I entered your reality, I was a much different person than I am now. I was a child prodigy in many ways. I had peaked by my early teens, and I was no longer able to perform or create at a level that could match the adults around me. I was, for all intents and purposes, a disappointment. I considered quitting piano, considered removing myself from art altogether, but something pulled me back. It was May 22nd, 1996, when I met the man who would fix this for me. At 3:02 a.m., I walked into a music club in the city. It was on stage, playing to a small but enthusiastic audience. It wasn't before long that we became both romantically and artistically involved. Our relationship was like a whirlwind of physical and emotional affection. Together, we wrote A Distant Voice, and I knew that I still had the hopes of being not only a good artist, but an interesting human being. Something terrible happened on May 22nd of 1997 at 3.
Also, part of me was upset that I didn't release this video on May 22nd.
I made fun of you the second it came out.
Yeah, I was like, I wanted to. I was thinking about it as I was editing it, and then I was like, I don't want to wait. I'm a little impatient when it comes to this stuff.
3:02 p.m. His daughter had come home and found us together. He hadn't yet told his children about me. I was a much younger woman. He followed her out and into a coffee shop. I waited for them to return, hating myself more and more for entering his life and making it difficult. I waited there until 3:02 a.m., completely beside myself. And the strange thing is, he never returned. He never came back into his own apartment. I stayed there for a few days, knowing he'd have to come back eventually. And he simply never did. I had refused to do our music live or release A Distant Voice until I had seen him again. Finally, legal pressure forced me to schedule a release for May 22nd, 1990.
There you go. 1999. And the tour was in 1998. And why did Mark and Alex say that the date was the end of the year?
With a year-long tour to promote it. I watched in terror from behind my piano as he wrapped his arm around a girl even younger than I. This girl was not his daughter, though she was probably his daughter's age. I left the stage and receded into myself. The man who placed his arms around that young woman was not the same man who placed his arms around me so many times. It couldn't have been. The man I knew would not have put on such a display of affection, knowing it could hurt someone so much. It was in that moment that I longed to leave my reality behind, to sever my ties to my physical form and exist in a different space. For many days, nights, minutes, seconds, I sat in my bed, slowly drifting further into my own depression, slowly pulling my mind from my body. When the separation happened, it was almost immediate. It was so sudden that the painful moments leading up to it felt trivial. I was just my mind, and I had left my physical body behind. I floated until I found a reality that seemed different from mine, hoping to find a reality that contained the him I knew, hoping that he had fallen into this reality, and we could be together again.
In this story, Vela tells of a past lover of hers, how she had come to love him, and how she tragically and somewhat forcibly
basic
fell out
title.
of love, feeling betrayed
Based.
by someone she thought she
I don't
knew.
remember what that
The
was
date and
for.
time is repeated throughout this story.
To be funny.
22nd and 3:02.
This is rather specific and odd for sure.
Well, remembering the details about a traumatic event isn't uncommon, but down to the minute seems almost excessive.
Why would she have these very specific details ready for this sort of trauma dump?
To me, it makes me wonder if these are the actual times of said event, or if it's a thing that Alex uses to give him meeting Vela more of a destined feeling.
So, part of this, and this is something I'm going to go into the next video with, is, what are these timestamps? Did somebody make
It might be automatic. YouTube has a weird automatic system, which is funny.
No. Savella's story. That's cool. Might have been, I don't know if I imported the script on it, because I do that sometimes. I'll dump the script into the fucking subtitle options. But I don't think I did that. Anyways, there's something I'm pointing out in the next video. A little bit of a spoiler here, but Alex goes and says, "Oh, I must have been that guy in her other reality where I was that asshole that she met and fell in love with." And it ties into this where he's trying to make himself to be more important to her story, I feel. Because if you believe Vela to be a parallel of Sammy and he never met Sammy, then why would he date Vela in a different reality?
Oh, now that him meeting her on the 22nd of May around 3:02 p.m. at the arcade in Frankton could be an important life event.
Yes, and we never dream. I didn't know about dreams when I first came here. I had my first dream the night before I met you.
Must be fate.
We also don't have fate where I come from. I think we never put ourselves in that sort of box. You take away your own freedom by even pretending things like that might exist.
And I want to note here that Bella
Alex
kind
is
of
so
denies
fast.
this idea of destiny, despite her repeated use of this specific date and time.
Oh, it's because I sped up.
Now let's go to
That's
Vella's
right.
reaction when Alex returns with the party looking for the record.
Yeah, no, I get it. Just, I wonder if it's somehow linked to everything going on.
I'm telling you, Alex, you're looking for puzzle pieces where there is no puzzle.
Where's
You're talking
the
like there's some
piece?
cosmic plan here. What exactly do you think is going on here?
It's just, it's also weird. Sammy disappearing, me meeting you, then Rory, Chandra, and Claudio, we're all linked.
Fine. If it will make you stop sulking, I'll go with you into the mine dungeon. I'd like to know why my record is here myself.
I'm a little confused here, guys. How the hell does Alex know the record is in your mind dungeon?
Because I know she's trying not to think about it, and the things we try not to think about always end up on our minds.
That seems like more of a stretch than the link between Sammy and the record to me, but sure, I've got nothing else to do. Let's get inside Bella's head.
I love that line.
Shocked and offended at the sight of the record to begin with, why is her tone here different? She states a few
Yeah, and it's
similar
funny because
things.
like even the lines between them about the thing are like the same. Oh, look, Alex, you're trying to connect things that have no connection, and then he goes, "Yeah, but we're like all linked, right?"
Alex does, but now she's okay with reliving and potentially experiencing her trauma again because someone she doesn't like all that much asked twice. Anyways, so Vela allows us to explore her mine dungeon. Well, this would be the point where I say, I will describe what the mine dungeon is in a different video. I feel like I can't possibly explain what's happening in this scene without, well, explaining it.
I think so. That joke only works in narration. I had a lot of people, like everybody I showed the script to, they were like, "Why do you say it like this?" I'm like, "Because it's funny." Like it doesn't work unless you're narrating it. You're actually saying it. Because if you read that, it just looks stupid.
All of the mine dungeon scenes have very specific imagery. Like the imagery of a stage with these curtains and these eyes that are on the wall. Sure, that connects these scenes to definitely be within the mine dungeon, but what is a mine dungeon? The mine dungeon is a place within a person's mind. In these areas...
Also, this hand is really funny. I wanted a big finger. I have no idea what else to call them. Big fingers, when you use them to point at things on the video so people can like see stuff. I wanted a big finger. And I was like, oh yeah, they have the funny finger that points on the options.
Yeah, I was going to use this for the next video too.
As
the
Running
finger
Shine calls it, the Mickey Mouse ass fucking glove thing. So I had to boot up the game. I booted it up in 4K on my, because yeah, I tend to do that. Game looks great at 4K, but I booted it up in 4K and then like zoomed in on it using the camera tools on like the main menu, and then screenshotted it and then carefully cut it out so that I could just use it. It's just this huge finger. Let me see if I can find it. It's just a very useful thing to have when you're editing videos. Big finger. How big that is.
As the only thing that is present there is that person. Now, that seems obvious, but what that means can be difficult for some people to wrap their heads around. For example, in the next dungeon that we'll be exploring, Essentia's Mine Dungeon is a collection of the different people that make up the Essentia. The people that led to her creation, the people that inspired this idea, and so on. In Alex's Mine Dungeon, the place where you level up, we have the crow named Marlene who talks to us. Marlene speaks in a very particular way. All of his lines sort of frame conversations or interactions Alex has had. but these being honest and self-deprecating interpretations Alex took away from them. Semi, the girl who went missing, becomes Sammy, the librarian, who organizes his thoughts. Michael, his
I also
best
think I
friend,
do
who
this,
Hayden hires and looks up to, becomes a
this thing a lot in these
pretentious
videos,
astronomer.
but
And most
I don't
telling
know.
is his father, becoming a puppet, explaining why he left his mother while Alex was very young. These are also the characters we see in phone calls throughout the game. And if we take a step back to the very first video where I said the factory hotel is Alex's mind dungeon, what did I mean by this? Well, if you look carefully, you can notice that all of the people inside of the factory hotel are just Alex. They actually show up in a scene at the end of Essentia's mind dungeon as well to really draw the comparisons.
yeah, and like I said earlier,
So that means
they're
Mind
also the
Dungeon is a
same
really
model
cool way to
shape
show us, tell us
as
a lot more
Neosi
about
at the
Bella's
end.
character.
While that is a really easy conclusion to make, I think if you look a bit deeper, you can see the reality of the situation.
As we went.
So yeah, one of the things that I think is really important about this is the way a lot of people talk about Vella's mind dungeon. They say it's like the only good thing in the game, and it's like, oh, you get to learn so much about Vella's character, and this is like really common in a lot of the video essays. And after after realizing that it's like, oh no, it's like it's really about like Vella is her own character, and this is like not really about her. It's about like the weird things that people project onto her. And it's like I feel like it almost tells you even more about her character when you realize that than what they kind of assumed before.
Went over earlier.
It also adds more to Alex as well.
Her story,
Yeah.
and what she finds to be the most meaningful and traumatic events of her life. But in her mind dungeon, instead of seeing her talk about the man who left her and how it destroyed her, we see her stand in front of a red carpet premiere style area answering questions, almost like an interview out of a magazine. And this room, which is quite...
I did argue with this though. I did play devil's advocate because I was like, well, with the concept of the mind dungeon, it's like it's supposed to be as you get deeper in it, it's like you're digging deeper in your thoughts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So what if this is just the first level of Vel's mind dungeon, and the reason why her traumatic shit doesn't appear here at all is because it's on the lower level, you know?
Yeah. And there's a few people that have said that stuff, especially with like Essentia's mind dungeon later. And it's like, yeah, but then why is this here? Like,
That's a good question. I mean, there's another thing you show in the video too that's insane. I think it's the next thing that'll show up, the Essentia bedroom thing.
yeah, it's like there's a couple things that are just so odd to exist in here if it is actually Vella's mind dungeon. This scene is Alex's living room. Why would she care about that? It's not even exactly Alex's living room. It's kind of a weird mirrored version of it, because if you look at the other corner that I didn't get, that's where you see the piano. But you know, it's all the same elements. It's the chair sitting in front of the TV and everything, and then it leads directly into the room where Sammy is.
Perspective leads us to the kitchen.
Yep. And you know, all of the things that she's putting into the pot are related to an Onizim post. It's Sammy and Sammy's mother, but it's just another model of Sammy.
Where we see Sammy. Well, really two Sammys. One being referred to as her mother, as she's cooking soup. If we take a second to look at what her mother is putting into the soup, we can see an untextured cylinder, a sword, Panda.
Why is Panda there?
Do not enter sign, a telephone, and batteries. Oddly enough, this is actually something that was referenced in an Onizim post by Superb Pudding.
My roommate was angry at me because apparently I had put 9-volt batteries in his soup that morning.
And then we have this transition scene with all these isometric rooms. These, you could call them sections of Vella's mind. And this scene mirrors one in Essentia's mind dungeon. The centerpiece here even being Essentia lying in the hospital bed as we've seen in Alex's dream.
Yeah, Chell's voice acting is crazy because it just sounds like Sammy to
These are
me.
all very odd things to have in a mind dungeon that is.
So yeah, like, and you know, this one Alex here has Alex's silhouette on it, so you could see it, the beard and the all that, so you can see it from afar. The others don't. I think this one has his face on it. It's just really weird that this is even here. I don't. I think the Essentia might not be in the bed. I don't remember.
Supposedly Vella's, as Alex rooms. These,
but yeah, it's like clear to me that this is supposed
Alex's
to be,
dream.
you know, how he's manufacturing a version of this person and all that. It's got the computer in the same place and everything, and I'm like, it's weird for this to be there if it's Vella's mind dungeon. Vella doesn't have any context for this specifically.
With robed
Up
Alex
until the
as
point
the
where
big-
he goes, "Oh, you were having dreams about that," which is way later after this, you know.
These are all very odd things to have in a mind dungeon that is supposedly Vella's, as Alex is not a person Vella really cares for.
Before I traveled the soul space, I was a different person. Someone who got hurt by someone. Someone who believed they were loved unconditionally. When I was out there, I realized unconditional love exists, but only as something to strive for. It's just a concept. There's no way to actually put it into practice. We can say we love someone unconditionally, and we can act like we do, but it's not to judge people for what they did to you or someone else. To accept someone for being human.
Accept someone for being human? I know what you mean, but isn't that funny?
Here we go. This is notable. Accept someone for being human. And as I go in the next video, you know, talking about Soul Mate 2.1 and how he builds the Essentia as a, you know, ideal lover kind of thing. It's really interesting that he finds it funny to accept somebody for being human, and that's something he just doesn't do, actually.
Coming from a human, we're all human. We all have flaws, we all hurt each other, but is that the thing to be fixated on? And I do believe unconditional love exists.
Oh? Have you felt it before then?
So what if I have?
From who? What's her name?
I don't know. It's just, I had this dream. And in this dream, I was loved unconditionally. Whoever loved me loved my flaws and loved my mistakes as much as they loved the things worth making me loved. Is that so hard to believe?
Sounds like a dream. So, who was she? Spit it out. Was it Sammy Park?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it was. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was the android in the van. Maybe it was all three of you as one being.
Well, I think you're a lazy ass half the time, so I don't think I'm the one to love you unconditionally. But yes, keep chasing the missing girl who entered the soul space. I'm sure when you finally find her, she'd love you unconditionally.
And that's when we need to take another step back to look at what's being said in her supposed mind dungeon. If you look at the scenes with Vella, it almost reads like a magazine excerpt of an interview with an artist. Actually, this is even visually referenced with one of the hints I mentioned earlier. So basically what I'm asserting here is that Vella's mind dungeon is not Vella's. However, it's Alex's projection of who Vella is, an obsessive fanboy look at this pop star. And one other thing I think makes this entirely clear is the door with the heart on it. Vella, as she describes her situation, doesn't seem too concerned about being with anyone. She was just in a really traumatic relationship. She's been trying to move past it, not think about it, and become a new, different person that doesn't have to worry about her past. However, Alex thinks it's important to illustrate the way that he feels, that Vella is closing the door on their relationship and not opening her heart to him. And when you take this perspective,
Bathtub Vella
that
is
this
so
is
funny.
Alex's projection on who Vella is, it makes some scenes even more interesting within the dungeon. Because it almost seems to illustrate that Alex believes if he gets every answer right on a quiz, Vella would let him kiss her. Almost like a visual novel.
I told her about the record, and she must have assumed I read the title closely. Vella Wild. Probably a stage name.
Did I say something wrong? You kind of stopped talking for a while
Oh.
and looked all deep
Literally just included this line from Mark because I think it's funny.
in thought.
So here you go. We're
Similar to a line that Sammy says to him at one point.
Going deeper, we leave the mine dungeon and listen to a distant voice. So there's a few interesting things that happen. We get a scene where robed Alexes are literally standing behind Velas as the Velas are saying goofy nerd shit. In the background, we also see eyes, like the mine dungeon.
And there's the torches.
When I hear this song, I think about distance. The distance between me and the reality I came from.
A lot of this dialogue here fits into a few different categories. A perception of what it's like to be an artist nervously showing your work to an audience.
I don't think I should have played this. Everyone is going to hate my song. The guy who I wrote this for. I wonder what he's up to. I hope this isn't as bad as I think it is. This is what music from my reality sounds like. Pretty different from yours, huh?
No, not really.
Do you think I'll ever feel the way I felt when I wrote this song? I hope not. I don't ever want to feel that way. It's so embarrassing hearing myself sing like this. I don't sound so bad, do I? I don't think I ever loved that guy.
It's also funny. I don't mention that in this video, but Vela is vaguely ethnic, so that means that her song is in Japanese? Question mark. Vela isn't Japanese. Vela is Vietnamese. So it's really funny that.
Well, close enough. Close enough.
Close enough. They both end in E's, right?
Do you think this could have ever been a hit? Somewhere, I think it's a hit. Have you spoken to all of us? If you get bored of talking to us, maybe you can just listen to my music. Or plug your ears. It is pretty bad.
Lines directed towards Alex and implying a deeper connection between him and Vela.
Can you hear my heart? It's calling. Which is
That's something.
Ultimate ending.
Yeah, that gets brought up in the Ultimate ending that we experienced earlier.
of me is your favorite. I think you're my favorite you. So, when this is over, please tell me that my song is beautiful.
Text box mistake.
Just don't be awkward about it.
Damn.
Don't tell me that it's beautiful like me. Please, just appreciate my art. My appearance doesn't matter. Only what I make, you know? Like, I appreciate you for who you are. Yes, you're kinda a brat.
I don't
But
know how
Alex,
I fucked that one up.
You're really
but,
not
you know,
that bad.
I do.
I bet there is a reason why you are the way you are. Just like there is a reason I am the way I am. We spend so much time of our journey learning about all our friends. Why don't we ever ask about you? Who are you? Where did you come from? How did you get to be the way you are? I think that's what this song is about. Sorry, I lied.
But a few that stand
What
out.
did she lie about?
Why is Alex 7 people lying to him?
Yeah, it's so weird.
But I mean, it kind of, I mean, it's just like the whole thing is Alex makes up a person and then the actual person contradicts like this fictional thing he made in his head, and that's a lie to him.
Yep. Yep.
And that's kind of his whole fucking problem.
Mentioned nerd shit, referencing Final Fantasy in particular.
There are more Velas here than there are Final Fantasy games. I'm the worst of the Velas. I let everyone down. I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Bella 13.
Maybe my sequels will be better, but probably not by much.
While this seems like a quirky RPG gag, the sort of context this is said in implies something more. There are robed Alexes laughing behind each Vela. I feel this implies that they're influencing what she says. And given what I've presented about the mine dungeons and what she says here, I feel the evidence supports this reading. Have you ever watched Hannah Montana? Please, humor me for a moment. Well, Hannah Montana...
I think,
and Miley
so like this, I was obsessed with this Hannah Montana bit for a while, because I brought it up in, I think it brought it up in the YIIK Cord once as a way to explain this thing. And I just keep thinking it's really funny because I don't know. I just think
I like iCarly better.
I just think it's really funny to go from like talking about something to bringing up just this random fucking show. That, and I think it's a good point of reference because everybody understands that Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus are two different people.
Are two different people. Well, not in the literal sense, but obviously to the public they are. Even metatextually outside the show, Miley Cyrus is a different person than the character she portrayed in Hannah Montana, named Miley Cyrus. Now, imagine you were a child and you really like Hannah Montana. And you sort of watch the show and you build up this character in your mind of who Hannah Montana is. Now, instead of Hannah Montana, that's just Vella Wild. Just as Alex role-played as Sammy, constructing a character from these weird onism posts, at certain points he also constructs a character of who Vella is. Both exist to fill the idea of the ideal woman. And now that we have this context, we can talk about the scene after this. After the record plays, the song that is described is not what we hear.
If this is Vella's album, why was a guy singing on it?
Was his voice the one we heard on the record?
No, it wasn't. I don't know whose voice we heard. I was so nervous sharing that music with you guys, I almost didn't realize it wasn't me singing.
I feel this is because this is not Vella's song. It's Alex's song. I think maybe a fun way to interpret this is that it could be a song that Alex wrote for Vella to try to win her affection. Hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
I was originally going to do a fucking game theory ending bit there, and then just was like, I don't care.
Maybe not, but it's a fun idea at least. And what's odd about this is if you ask anyone, the song, A Distant Voice, is associated with Vella because of its supposedly being the song from the record. However, Vella's theme in the game uses the motif from her performance in the Mine Dungeon. Also, maybe it's a bit...
Yeah, I guess I could show that. There's a few songs that use that motif specifically.
You guys listen on the wiki.
You can listen to them on the wiki. Let's go to the wiki.
I meant it's listed. Like if you click on... fuck. Well, I would like to remember at least. Let's see. You know, maybe it's not listed on the wiki. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it is. Click on the Interdimensional Girl Vella Wild, and then it'll have... It's not a super great page, but I mean, it lists a couple of songs that it also plays in.
Yeah, Vella's songs, all of the thing. Yeah. When you see me next. Let me see if I can find this. Because I have this song somewhere. Because there's a handful of songs that didn't make it onto the actual OST release. It is... Wait, where's this? What the heck? The fuck did I put this? Just like final performance or something like that. Why can't I find it? Yeah, we probably could add something, not as a lofty goal of adding what songs use the motif at some point. That would probably be a cool thing for people to put on the wiki, to go, hey, these songs use this motif from this song.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody that did that in the YIIK chord for a little bit. I don't know that they did it for all the stuff, though.
Yeah, but the Vella song appears in a couple of places. I also noted that in the wiki page, it might play in the Factory Hotel theme. I just put in possibly because I couldn't confirm it myself, but it sounds somewhat similar. There's a part of it.
Well, it's really interesting because it is not the same song as there's nothing like the motif isn't present in A Distant Voice, Chance Traveler.
Yeah, not at all.
Like they're just two completely different songs, and one of them is in Vela's theme, which is the performance one. So let me see. I could just go to my decomp. 1.24 decomp. Assets. Audio clip. Performance. Yeah, there we go. That's my favorite part of the song.
I'm back. Are you guys still streaming?
Yeah.
Oh. What are you guys up to?
Yeah, he's playing a song on stream, you just can't hear it through here.
Ah, damn.
You ruined it. Nah, it's fine.
Oh, no.
It's interesting here how in this song, she talks about that being better for your ears, which is something that Bella had mentioned before in the other in the dialogue of the game. Such a funny ending to that song. Where if I go in here and play Vela's theme, wherever the fuck it is, you could see that it has the same motif. The only reason I didn't do this in the video is because this whole thing is always kind of lame to me. I don't know how else to explain it. Somebody goes, "Oh, this motif." Blech.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's very Undertale, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you either notice this or you don't. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Because I'm just talking about the story, and it's just really interesting that her theme song is based off of her performance song and not A Distant Voice, Chance Traveler. And I think there's a couple of battle tracks that make reference to it as well, but it is most interesting that it is her theme song outright that does it. Okay, we can continue on the video. bit odd that it's sung in Japanese for our vaguely ethnic party member. Nobody called me out for that.
One
What the heck?
last thought I'd like to point out here is this fun line from the conversation with Vela.
In this reality, death is like giving up or making a mistake. How can you fault someone for dying?
This is quite literally true because the reality out.
Oh yeah, I thought this was a really fun thing to add that nobody had really thought about. Specifically, this game over sound bite that's about to play was just from the original release of the game up until 1.25. So a lot of people now don't even know that it was in the game.
Alex presents is that of a video game.
You have died. Do you feel it? Do you feel that tingling sensation? That is how it feels to have your soul separate from your body. Do you wish to return to your physical form and continue?
But for now, I'd like to thank Robin for voice acting Reaction Nod, Cello Stuff for voicing Superb Pudding and Vela, as well as proofreading the script, Big Show Rules for proofreading the script, Linguistic Spaceship, and Rope Snake for making the dialogue portraits used throughout the series. As always, links to their stuff. Sorry, I didn't say that you were proofreading the script Linguistic, but...
Yeah, I'm triggered by that.
Come on, I said it 2 times already. I can't say it a 3rd time in a row. Stuff is available in the description below. Bam! Jump scare by a song. So the story.
All right, we gotta listen to it. That's part of the playlist.
I know we're gonna skip over it just because I don't want the thing to get copyright.
No.
But it's really fun. That's something I brought up a lot in the Discord was this song because I really like this song. It's one of my favorite albums. But it was just really funny, and I thought that there's a few other songs that I plan on doing this with, but you know, there's the way that it talks about constructing an ideal of a person, which is very similar to how the game describes it, and I was like, oh yeah, this is really cool. And I thought it would be really fun to introduce the community to it. And I've posted it, let's see how many times in the server. Maybe it says I get 17 results for it in the server. Which one of those is somebody mentioning it? And I think Hattori posted it once. Yeah. So, definitely talked about it a lot. So I wanted to bring that outside of the YIIK Discord and kind of explain it in detail. There was a funny thing where the musician who made it, Damien, made a video about one of the other ones, one of the other songs. Yeah, right here, breaking down to Kelly Lee. And I was like, man, it'd be so cool if he ended up doing that before, doing that for Soulmate 2.1 and said similar things about it before I made my video, so I could use it. But that didn't end up happening. So you know, some stuff. A bit of a primer before this is the image of the thumbnail. So like with this video, I decided I wanted to start to move away from like making it look like a series thing. And I wanted to hopefully bait people into watching all of the videos off of this one because I knew it was going to be longer. I wrote this video really quickly. I think it was like only a day or so.
And it was just 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's a big script. Was 10? Is this it? No, that's the last one. Where is the script?
I will say I only read the script for this one. I didn't see the video.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is very recent. So with this one, I was planning very early on to make it clickbaity. And I had this funny idea for the thumbnail of having Essentia smoke a blunt. And I put the Never Knows Best from FLCL on it, even though you can't see that in the thing. The Essentia here is kind of a trace over of her portrait in Valhalla. Because I wanted the thumbnails to be a bit crazier and a bit more fun. So yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I could use this and then make it look like she's smoking weed to basically say, what were they smoking? And then Alex holding his head is from the prototype of the game. Where is that? Here. Yeah. Here you go. Drew that fairly quickly, and other than that, like the whole background image is a weird reuse of the Alex head image from the original thumbnail from the series. And yeah, you know, what were they thinking? It only gets worse. Just a vague thing. I dropped the part number so that it could be more clickbaity. And
yeah, Alex doing the yicking out pose.
Alex in the yicking out pose. You got to do that. People love that.
That's what I did for my video for the supposed cut ending. Have Alex yicking out in the thumbnail because I wanted people to click on it.
Mm-hmm. Because apparently that's a thing. So the thing that made the video take longer, like this video could have been out weeks ago, actually. Because I had recorded it all and everything. Chella just took a while to get voice lines back to me, which was fine because she had a lot of voice lines in this video. And there's a lot of voices in this video that aren't just me, which is really cool. Hello again, this is Hellkrai, and this is the 6th and first finale of my series analyzing Y2K, a postmodern RPG. This series focuses on 1.0, the original release of the game. If you haven't seen the other videos, there's a playlist below, which is now almost a requirement. Yeah, so like, the first finale kind of is a thing where it's like, I think I don't need to make any more videos at this point. Like, really everything, I've explained just about everything you need to know about the story to understand the story. At the end of this video. Like, everything else is going to be a bit different compared to this. When I went to write this story, everything of this video, I was like, I want to go out of my way to explain every single element, because I know some people had said earlier, like in earlier videos, that I wasn't explaining everything, and I kept saying that I'm saving this for later or whatever, which made sense. But I wanted to go to the degree where I'm explaining stuff you don't need to know at all. Because I think it's really funny to do that, to not just go like one step of over explaining something, but to go even further and explain way more than you should have. And I think it made a perfect opportunity to also explain this song, which we'll skip ahead. We'll kind of skip through so we don't play too much of it. Obviously, I had to make the dumbass logo because I thought that would be funny. Maybe I should put that on a shirt. I don't know. I like making fun of people on Genius.com because they have really awful analysis of lyrics of songs.
Hell yeah.
Because like to a point, it's like there is your interpretation of what things are, and like sometimes you could be right and like it's clear what a song is about. But other times they put like just awful, like not even insightful anything. They just literally restate what is literally spelt out there. And it's so frustrating and annoying. So I wanted to make fun of that while just doing, hey, here's like my interpretation of what these lyrics are and how this concept applies to the story of the game even.
There's some songs on Genius where people will just make up headcanon about what it's about, and then like the next song there's somebody talking about, oh yeah, like people think this is what this album's about, but the creator said it wasn't.
Yeah.
And like the original shit is still up. It's like, all right.
This part of the script I wrote Essentia's replicas and whatever waifu thing. Originally I was going to have like a VTuber. But I don't know. VTubers are fucking lame. So I just picked a waifu of the month. Flavor of the month waifu. Fucking Makima. Why not? Great few minutes about not YIIK. But, and there we go. I said YIIK. It's really easy to see how this relates to the story, isn't it?
I love this shot.
More if we delve into what the Essentia says when we first meet her. But before that, there's something important I haven't addressed. We're looking for a van, right? And Rory DMs you about it. But as always, there's an Onizm post associated with this quest. So how about we take a look?
Guys, holy shit. I was spending my usual 9 to 10 hours of staring at the only photos we have of Semi Park when I noticed something interesting. Look below. I've highlighted something. In the photos, there is a van. Cool, so the last location is the mall. And boy, do I hope you packed your swimming suits because we're diving straight into the deep end.
Somehow, all of these
so funny.
back to Onizm. In the case of Rory spends his usual 9 to 10 hours looking at the last photos we have of Sammy Park. That doesn't sound like Rory to me. Sammy Park. With these photos, there's a few interesting details. This one has a robed figure like the Alexes we've seen throughout the game. In this one, she's talking to another person at a gas station. And this the reason that's important to note is it gives like it's a detail about the person in the case of the person. That means that there's somebody else that has talked to her around the time that she went missing. Which just
and it's a guy in a robe, like a robed Alex, which
not,
is interesting,
Alex,
you know.
But this person at the gas station.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's just like, oh well, you know, that means that there's more going on with her disappearance than just the elevator footage, and it means that there's a lot of information out there that's just not. She's talking to another person at a gas station, and this one is interesting because it's you know. This is behind the mall, which you wouldn't know until after you fight the Gothic entity there. Behind the mall where we fight the Gothic entity later. Which is also not where the van is. The van isn't behind the mall when we find it. It's in front of it. These details are to be seriously considered, and what ends up being odd is that these add so much detail to the case of Sammy Park that was previously unavailable. While we're not giving times for these photos, whether they happened before or around the time of her disappearance, it shows that there was more going on with her than just that footage in the elevator. So the first picture is of an area behind the mall, and a user mentions the mall. So luck would have it, the mall is where the van is. What a wild and convenient coincidence. These mall rats. Yeah, you didn't think I'd point out what appears to be a minor character, did you? Or maybe skip over it like the mixtape.
A minor character? They're like 10.
We'll be getting to it in this video. Minor characters. Anyway, the mall rats seem almost like an irrelevant obstacle to most people. But let's look at their alleged story.
A few days ago, the Great Spirit Being dropped his keys. I picked them up, and ever since, I've been doing his bidding!
Doing his bidding? The Soul Survivors aren't some Saturday morning cartoon villains. They wouldn't ask you to help them with some evil plan. I'm going to go ahead and assume you just picked up the keys and carried them around pretending to be its evil minions. Youth.
Doesn't this sound familiar? I feel like I've heard someone say something about being led to something by a soul survivor and doing what it asks.
Yeah, and it's really funny that you know, Alex finding the record and all of that is exactly what you know, it's exactly what brought him here to this point of the story. But we're just kind of ignoring the fact that Alex just did this thing that these guys are doing. And it's just really funny, to be honest. Which I find double funny because you'd think that like people that talk shit about its narrative and how it doesn't make any sense would have pointed that out, but they don't.
Maybe. It's like it's at the tip of my tongue. Do you know about a concept called Genevio syndrome?
Genevio?
No, not the Kyoto animation adapted from the light novel, but the concept expressed in that is what I'm talking about.
I love Chunibyo. That anime is great. I think that a lot of people, when you talk about Chunibyo as a concept, they first think of that. And there's been a lot of stuff that talks about Chunibyo before that and after it, obviously.
It's very useful to describe a very specific brand of self-grandiose delusions. Maybe best described as the person believing they're an anime protagonist.
This part's really funny because I had a bit of a line here that I cut out. And I was like, oh, people are going to be a little annoyed by how I just don't have a line here and I just pull up this graphic. But this actually ends up being one of the most viewer retended marks on the video. So motion graphics trump over you saying something in that moment. Just the line read was really bad and I didn't like it and didn't want to re-record it either. But yeah, there's even more characters that have Chunibyo. And I feel like this is just a good handful of characters that kind of point out this behavior specifically. Tried to favor video games and like popular anime that people would know about. There was some other example I had, like Travis Touchdown. Travis Touchdown would have been a great example of a character with Chuni, but I feel like the Travis Alex comparison happens enough, and I feel like people considers Alex or Travis's Chuni as like something different than what it really is. So I wanted to focus on characters where it's like you could tell that they're just being edgy fucking dorks. And basically, you know, point out how that's true for Alex as well.
There's that feeling again. Sounds really familiar. Man, I feel like I'm talking about something without actually saying what it is. Anyway, you've probably seen these types of people in your real life. And while they might be annoying, they're generally harmless. But given the language used by the kids in this scene,
The dark energy, it commands us!
These kids are absolutely afflicted by Chinubio. And trust me, I'm dressed like a doctor. Basically, what I'm saying is that this acts as an opportunity for us, the player, to see the conspiracies that Alex spews from a perspective outside of his own.
You are a surgeon?
Story, he's constantly just...
Yeah. I sent Linguistic a cut of
Yeah.
this where I made it like it was a fucking manga common video. I don't know if I still have that somewhere. I could show that
And
off.
maybe you've like feel like an asshole doing it, right? I'm like, I can't do this.
Yeah, I was like, first off, this fucking sucks. This isn't funny. I don't understand why he thinks that's funny. And I probably shouldn't make fun of him again. Here we go. These jokes are getting
Anyway, you've probably seen these types of people in your real life. Justifying his
Where
own
is it?
Yeah, there we go. And while they might be annoying, they're generally harmless. But given the language used by the kids in this scene,
The dark energy, it commands us.
these kids are absolutely afflicted by Chinubio. And trust me, I'm dressed like a doctor.
I am a surgeon.
It's also a funny insight into how I edit these videos. I edit all the audio first. And then I kind of do everything else later because it's just easier that way.
Personal narrative of the events. This is something extremely common in postmodern writing. Vela even reacts to the story they tell in a similar way to how she reacted to Alex's story about, well, everything. She's someone who experienced this supernatural phenomenon a lot closer than anyone else in the party. Despite the fact that she keeps correcting everyone on how things work, somehow things form to align with Alex's perspective of things.
So the soul survivors are working with the mall rats.
Don't be stupid. Something isn't right here. Okay, so those kids have the keys to the van.
He actually sincerely considered the thought that the soul survivors had planned this with the mall rats, as if they're...
Some Saturday morning cartoon villains.
But as Vela mentioned earlier...
You said that this isn't about Sammy, but don't you think there is a connection? Don't you realize Sammy was probably taken by one of those soul creeps?
No, that's not right. That isn't how this works. Soul survivors wouldn't take someone like that. They have no interest in such things. They've transcended things like kidnapping or anger or any other motivation for that.
Okay. Why the hell haven't any of you asked why the entities were driving the android around? So what? We save her and we just forget about it? Why was she in the van in the first place? Vela, you said it yourself. Soul survivors do not kidnap people. They didn't kidnap Sammy, and they didn't take the Essentia hostage.
I cannot express enough how everything to Alex is a conspiracy, and how he is deeply rooted Chinibio, and how he just isn't that smart. These details are brushed aside, not because of lazy.
I think that really, at one point, like I was like, I didn't realize how stupid Alex was for a while. I was like, yeah, you know. I was like, yeah, he's fucking dumb. And then, like, it was seeing him go, oh, so the soul survivors are working with, or the mall rats are working with the soul survivors. And I was like, oh, no, he's stupid. Like, he's not just, like, a little funny, a little dumb guy. No, he's stupid. Like, so I was like, I really need to point that out in this video.
Or poor writing. But rather the fact that these contradicts Alex's conspiracy, and as the narrator of the story, the teller of said story, the goal here is to say that the people who are saying that this is not how soul survivors work, just don't understand what's happening. And he's pulling back the curtain to find the truth. Only from his perspective, though. The one who wants to have meaning in his life because of the conspiracy he fabricated. Well, let's get back on rails and talk about our soulmate 2.1, the Essentia 2000, and what she says when we first meet her.
I am the Essentia 2000. I am Sammy Park. I am Oda Kreitzer, Alias Albert, Sunya Yamama. I am Vela Wild, Beta Himura, and many more.
Beta Himura? The astute among you will recall this as a character I mentioned in the 4th video of this series.
Chandra ends up finding a friend named Beta Himura. She speaks extremely fondly of her.
Flashback.
This person in Japan shaped a lot of her personality.
Who is Beta Himura? Beta seems to follow the same pattern as Sammy, Vela, and the Essentia herself, which would make sense considering what Essentia just said about being Beta Himura. Even to an extent, Carrie and Alexander follow this same ideal.
as well as Alex's sister, someone who Alex is projecting onto to give himself meaning in the lives of his friends. A fabrication of a person. In some ways, I would say this is tied to
Whoa,
a
whoa.
desire.
Hold your horses there.
Yo, it's Cowdoy!
Yo, I love Cowdoy.
Cowdoy.
That's cool.
So there's this thing throughout this video where randomly as I was writing it, I just had stupid ideas for jokes like the cowboy. I don't know why, but it was just how it went, and I was like, this is so silly and perfectly encapsulates the kind of chaotic, schizophrenic energy I wanted for the video to have, where everything, like, there's no actual transitions to things. Everything is just interrupted by something else.
Wait, I have a question. If a Hellkrai cowboy exists, then does that mean there is a Heaven's Laugh?
There's a Hellkrai doctor. There's Dr. Hellkrai from, you know, like you have Dr. Mario. Now you also have Cowboy Hellkrai. Which the cowboy here is Cowdoy from Auntie Donna. I love Auntie Donna. They're really funny. It's just one of the guys in a fucking Woody costume.
Hey, do you watch Auntie Donna's Big Old House of Fun? They'll go, no. I'm like, well, you're on the naughty list. That's great. Cowboy's in the city. Oh, Cowboy's in the city. Oh, full cream. Someone.
Which I wasn't referencing when I wrote it, but I thought it would be a funny visual
Partner?
gag.
How can Essentia be Vela and Sammy if she's also Alex? She says she's a liar in this scene here, so what's the dealio?
Look, man, I don't want to burst your bubble, but she lies all the time.
So, like, this part is like a serious conversation I've had so many times in the YIIK Cord and outside of it, where people are like, I make the assertion that I don't think that she lies. I don't think that the Essentia told any lie, really. And really, my reason for saying that is a lot of people just don't look at anything that she says, and it's really hard to understand what the story is telling you if you just ignore characters because you've decided that they're liars.
Yeah, if they lie once, I mean, like, it means every single thing they said ever is a lie. But then you have to consider that, like, Alex has lied at least once. I mean, most people think Rory lied, so, like, don't gotta trust anything you say. I mean, like, just don't trust anything, you know?
And, like, if you're like me and you are into mystery novels, you find that the important thing isn't about whether the person is trustworthy or if they've lied. It's about what they lied about. And so it's just like, okay, so what did she lie about? Like, what are her lies? Well, she says that she's Vela and she can't be Vela, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, if you're looking at it through one lens, yes, I get what you mean. But, and, you know, I go into in this video, there's this other thing going on here with Vela that makes what she said completely true. And that's kind of the sort of logic you need to understand with a lot of this is a character will lie about things like Alex does, where he's saying that Rory said it was connected to Sammy. Why did he do that? Well, that's because that's the only reason he cares about Rory or anything about his story, is because it could be connected to Sammy in his conspiratorial mind. So, yeah, him lying tells you more about the situation, who he is, and that's great. Whereas if Essential lied about being Vela, what does that tell you? Kind of fucking nothing. But if she's not lying, that tells you a lot about who Vela is. About how Alex looks at some of these characters. So it's kind of useless to just say, oh, well, yeah, the Essential lied, and that's why, you know, I build up this character and show off this scene, because that's the piece of evidence that's used against the idea that the Ascension never lied. I think that was the original title of this video before I decided to make it very clickbaity. Yeah, Proto Michael also calls her out for lying about God, but it makes sense because the Ascension is Alex, and Alex doesn't believe in God. So, of course, she would just kind of say whatever.
Whatever she thinks you want to hear comes out of.
She is right, though, but in a fucked up way, because reality, as in Y2K, is also another way of saying perspective. And there's a widespread belief about the way people believe and stuff, is that your perspective dictates whether or not that thing exists in the first place. So in other realities, God could exist and could also not exist, whatever, because that's just you and what you think.
Out of her mouth. She envies my power. And we may all be one of the same, but I drew the proverbial long straw.
So there's also this fun thing. Some people point this out as if it's a big typo with what Proto Alex says here. What he says is correct. The saying is different, and that's true, and that's also something Alex does throughout the game. He goes, there's this Bruce Lee quote, "Be like water," and it's like he says, she was like the water flowing through all of my cracks. So he's not understanding what the point of the quote was, and that's like an intentional character flaw. He's the point of Bruce Lee's quote is to be like water, be loose, to be able to be like, to move in a state of water where, like, oh, if something comes to you, you can like move around it or whatever way, you know. But Alex sees it as this person overwhelming him with their big essence. And it's like, that's not what the quote was about at all. That's not even the context, even contextually close to what Bruce Lee is talking about. And so here, when he kind of misquotes it, that's the character. That is who Alex is. It's not a typo. It's not wrong.
She needs all the help she can get, even if it's from a skinny MC.
It is all.
Also, it's funny that Proto Alex calls him skinny. Or maybe he might be referring to himself, but Alex is not skinny.
It's necessary to lie to yourself to get a tough job done.
And I find it very important. She says it's often necessary to lie to yourself. And I know a lot of people take that as, oh, well, she is a parallel Alex, so she's lying to him, and it's like this fun metaphor. And it's weird that that's the only instance where somebody thinks like that. Like, there is that writing that they're talking about throughout the entire fucking game, but this is the only instance that they point at that that's the case. But in a way, she's really pointing out the fact that Alex is lying to himself about things throughout the story. You know, like he's lying about Rory saying that there was a connection to begin with.
You've done it. We've all done it. I said what I needed to say to get you here. I'm sorry if I used the poor girl's disappearance as a catalyst. But would anything else really have motivated you?
Now, random cowboy voice that came up while writing this, I'll need you to calm down. This bit isn't very funny, and more importantly, that's a great question. I'd go as far as to say the Ascension never lies. A bold claim, I know, but allow me to explain. Throughout this series, I've expressed this idea that there's this sort of Alex version of characters. With Semi, we have his Sammy.
My Sammy, and Sammy in the newspaper, may have looked the same, but there was a difference there. I could feel it.
This is how it's expressed. The Ascension is not, as I mentioned in the last video,
Miley Cyrus, she is Hannah Montana, the fake illusory Vella Wild that fanboys obsess over, not the real, actual person. This is the same way she is Sammy, the elevator girl, and not Sammy Pak. She is Sammy and Vella because she is Soulmate 2.1, the ideal woman, artificial, metaphorically, and literally.
We are soulmates, in the true sense of the word.
Here, what Alex perceives is the concept of a soulmate, a person that you are destined to be with. But what Essentia is saying is soulmate, like a roommate, one who shares the same room, or rather, soul in this case, which they literally are.
But what did
Bella's record have to do with my physical form?
The record represents Alex's desire. It's not about Vella at all. This is a symbol of his own desire to be connected to these people, and the plot device to push him into meeting with them. In other words, it's an excuse he created to talk to these people. Let's take this context and reflect on the scene of him finding it real quick.
I knew what the entity wanted. It wanted me to play the record, to drop the needle, to broadcast the lush and soaring tunes of this masterful LP for the world to hear. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I didn't know that exactly, but I had my suspicions.
There's nothing here. It's empty. Hey, not my fault. Do you know where it is? Does it have to be this record? What about one of the others?
Here, we see that the entity had been living with Alex.
It had been here a while. Haven't you noticed it? It had been here since I returned home from college. Maybe even before.
Upon her voyage into the void, I entered, and I followed you home. I lived with you for weeks as I gained my strength. Finally, I was able to appear to you and guide you to the radio tower.
If the entity is the Essentia, as is suggested by this, and we know that the Essentia and Alex are the same, this scene instead reads as a petulant tantrum that Alex gives, that this must be Vella's record, and that it has to be her, and that this adventure which brings them all together. It's not like Alex was unable to read the record jacket. Yeah, so a common complaint about the game is like, oh, if Alex was just able to read the record jacket, he would have known this and we wouldn't have had to go on this whole adventure. Well, he does read it right here. He literally says that it's Mystical Ultima LP Legend. And even if he did know that, what do you think Vella would respond like? I think the reason Vella only responds the way she does later is because he has all these people coming up to him going, hey, let's check out your record. Okay, now it's socially awkward. And it's not just you, a fucking freak, trying to dig up my past and ask me about something. It is a whole group of people asking me about this thing. Well, I don't want to be an asshole. Let me show you it, right? It's just really frustrating the way that people analyze this story otherwise, because it's like that's not even like going into any metaphorical or fancy reasons as for why anything happens. It's like quite literally just shown to you. Not told, but shown.
I'll swing into town.
So was the entity living in one of his rooms, the one that took Sammy out of the elevator in the mine dungeon? I don't think so, actually. I think it's Essentia. I don't think that there's much wrong with that. It could be a case of it being somebody else that is telling him not to look for the record, but I don't think that's the case. There is the thing with the entity in the elevator. You know, he says there's two, and then the one that is God is there, and he only says that two of them were there, even though there was three. And I think that's because he just cannot, for some reason, perceive because in his version of his reality, God doesn't exist because he's, the r/atheist type. So he can't perceive that that was there to begin with. While the other two are these jester entities. And there's not a lot of great documentation on them, but I've said that they're like stage hands in like a Japanese play. If you've seen those, let me... So, yeah, they're these people that are just in these black outfits like this. And right here, you can see a great example of it. They kind of help put up props or whatever. Even here, quite literally folding out her dress so it looks more visually appearing. And the point isn't to like try to make it so it's like, oh, you can't tell that these people are here, right? You accept that they're there when you're watching a performance like this. You're just supposed to accept the kind of point of the art, which is to imagine it without them there. And that's what I feel the jester enemies are supposed to be people that are, the stage hands. They're helping operate this narrative that Alex has built. And you see them at certain places, but you're supposed to kind of pretend that you don't see them. And that's, more or less what Alex does. He just ignores them.
Town in the morning and see if they have this record, this mystical Ultima LP legend or whatever.
Then why does he act surprised when Mark tells him that it was by Vela Wild? Well, I would hazard a guess that he was feigning ignorance. Humor me for a moment as I recount what I think is entirely a plausible read on the situation. After the falling out with Rory, Alex is singled out and alone for weeks. He misses his friends, but they go out of their way to avoid him, saying they're studying for the SATs that they already took, or are sick, or whatever. And as one of these people is this mysterious girl who is clearly a musician, and he wants to have a reason to talk to this girl that he's clearly attracted to, and this man is chronically online, do you think for a second he wouldn't try to look her up and bring up something from her past? Well, yeah, but she's from a different reality. Onism is a bridge between these realities. And this is clearly demonstrated in a few posts. I believe this is the reality of this mysterious record.
It's also something Michael points out about how, Onism connected him to a parallel version of himself and all that. There are some posts that, like I was mentioning earlier, there's the post with Vela. And I believe that the post with Vela is referencing something that happens in the prototype of the game and not something that happens like in Vela's other reality or in a parallel reality. I think that it's all built with the idea of there being a first version of events that happened and then now we're somewhere else later on.
Let's dive into an exhaustive, excessive, and extreme analysis of every single element of Essentia's mind dungeon.
If you join me now, I'd like to take you on a journey. A journey so that you can better know Sammy, Vela, Nyla, and the other versions of myself. In doing so,
Unhinged part incoming.
You learn something that you so desperately need to know.
There's something I didn't point out here. This one right here, one of these mouth characters has the same face as the ghost girl, the boombox ghost.
The first room we're introduced.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's funny.
Get that woman out of my face. Let's talk about these.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Oh yeah.
Cool robot vats. Here we can see what are assumedly earlier versions of the Essentia.
The etching on the glass reads, "The Essentia Mark 0. A face that looks much like the Essentia 2000 stares blankly back at Alex from behind the glass. The etching on the glass reads, "The Essentia EI.
However, one of them provides a different line.
Alex can hear the countless thoughts of others while staring into this model's eyes." Alex almost threw up.
Here, I find this interesting given the connection between Essentia and Alex.
This seems to be like staring into the void of his parallel lives. Next, we have this beautiful wall, Wendy. Now,
the wall.
Wall. Yes,
Wall.
that's right. She has the same face as the boombox Spectra.
Now that's a hot body.
What could this mean? Well, after all, you are
4 holes.
Okay.
Let's explore the story of Wendy and the boombox Spectre.
I bet you're wondering why I'm crying, aren't you?
So like I loved for a while asking people about Wendy because nobody thought much about Wendy for a long time. I think Wendy's so cool.
You see, it's because I don't have any appendages. I've often been asked why a stationary object such as a wall would need mobility-enabling extremities. I long to travel the world, touch objects, and interface with those that I love. How can I do that if I'm simply a crying wall? Now please, let me sit here in my sorrow. Not like you can help me in any way.
Scott was so based for that.
You brought me a limb? That is the sweetest thing a boy has ever done for me. But I'm still incomplete. I will not be satisfied until I can walk and lift and pull objects around me. Please leave me to my suffering. Thank you, but this isn't enough. Please stop torturing me with an incomplete body.
Trans?
Our wall friend has Alex gather the pieces within the deep reaches of Essentia's mind, yet again fabricating a woman within his mind. Anyway, notice a few of those lines about her one desire is to travel the world and interface with those she loves. And then that this is the sweetest thing a boy has done for me. How about we go into Onism for answers and see what that might be
Into
referring
autism?
According to the Onism post,
Autism
mysterious
really be
haunting
speaking this
Southern cave,
episode.
her brother claims that she made this mixtape for the total wastoid, Shane G. Irving.
Everyone here seems convinced it's Sammy Pack.
Yo,
I
big
just
show.
propose an alternate theory. I made a terrible, terrible mistake. In 1995, my sister, Leanna, committed suicide. It was over
Yeah,
this
so,
total wastoid
and I'll point this out, but it's weird that he says that she committed suicide, right?
Yeah, that's always jumped out as to me.
Shane G. Irving. You know the type. Typical 80s reject heartthrob and villain of any John Hughes movie. When she saw him with another girl, it broke her heart. She felt like she needed to get him back. My mom, not really understanding that he was a complete scrub, suggested she make him a mixtape. I, personally, insisted that she cancel her subscription and get over his issues.
So funny.
But I was her younger brother, and what did I know about love? Anyway, long story short, she did. And when crossing the street to his workplace, she was hit by a car. From what I hear, he saw her get hit, and he just kept on walking, with another girl in his arm. She was shouting his name, too. When we went to identify her, they gave us her possessions. Among them was the mixtape. I put it in my tape deck, and I felt a strange presence. Very, very, very strange. It was her. Leanna was in the tape. I could feel it. So, every night, I would put on the shitty mixtape and listen to songs that I would have never listened to, and talk to my sister's spirit.
He was supposed to be my Wonderwall. He was supposed to be my boyfriend. I made you this mixtape. I made it and gave you everything. You forgot about our date. I ran across the street when I saw you. I was so excited to throw my arms around you. And what did you do when you heard me shout your name? You turned away
Cancel
and you
her
put your arm
subscription.
around her. What did she have that I didn't have? I made you this stupid mixtape. I was never good at talking. I can't say things like you can say things. So I thought maybe these stupid songs would make you know how I felt. But you didn't want me for me. You were so cruel. You didn't even stop when the car brakes screeched and my body hit the asphalt, when the red from my head poured onto the ground and everyone screamed. I was invisible to you. I was dead. Damn you, Shane G. Irving. This mixtape was for you.
Love makes people do crazy things. Make mixtapes of terrible pop songs, run in front of cars, refuse to move on to the afterlife.
However, the name is different from Wendy. As well as when we meet him, his dialogue is a bit odd. Not to mention how he describes her death as suicide, despite both characters' recollection of events being more so along the lines of an accident.
You. That look in your eyes. Could it be... Do you have Leanna's mixtape? This is it. I feel as though her spirit is free now. Thank you.
At the end of his post, he said he'd do anything to have this tape returned to him, but at the end he just says thanks. If we were to give it to Shane, he becomes haunted, but doesn't recognize the story.
Oh.
Also,
I handed the tape over.
I want to point out, like, Heartstrand, he has like a kind of generic model. It's just like one of the fucking brothers. But Shane has like the body, but like a completely different face, and then this pendant as well, which is a heart. But to Shane, he becomes haunted, but doesn't recognize the story.
I handed the tape over.
What is this crap? Some sort of cassette tape? I don't get it.
Does the name Liana mean anything to you? She wanted you to have this.
Nope. I don't know anyone by that name. Is she hot? Maybe I'll call her later. Where's that music coming from? I hate this.
Liana jump scare.
It's stuck in my head.
Liana had her revenge. All is right with the world. If you listen very carefully, there's like a piano melody of fucking Wonderwall playing. Yeah, and then there's a weird thing about Liana haunting Shane. So, what I believe is happening here is that Shane is like Semi-Pac, someone that Wendy was obsessed with. She dreamed up the entire relationship with him and projected it onto him, even after her passing. And I feel like this is clear in her story. And Wendy is like Sammy to this random character who claims to be her brother, calling her Liana. Keep this dynamic in mind. It's absolutely crucial. The only reason I'd suggest this being the case is because of the slight inconsistencies in storytelling that would make sense if a parallel Alex was involved. The parallel of Alex being involved makes sense as this dynamic is present between a few characters and events. It's very similar to Vela and Sammy. Then, you know, she has the same face, and then also you had, like, the hair that's, as I mentioned. Let's move on to one of the rooms in which we grab one of the limbs for Wendy.
It's Blue Rose.
We have Essentia giving Alex.
Holy shit, there she is.
I think a lot of people look at this scene to hint at distrusting the Essentia, somehow ignoring the fact that Alex has a baby inside him. What this means is, well, painfully linguistic. Why'd you put that baby inside Alex?
Hey, why'd you think it was me?
Obvious when said out loud. There's a belief among millennials of raising themselves, and this.
You know what's
another
crazy is that there's
crucial-
a baby inside of Alex, and that baby is you.
Oh, hell whoa.
No comment. No comment.
Next up is the dark room. In the center here, we find this undeniably attractive, peak male character design, Jeffrey.
Yo, it's Frail Dog.
Jeffrey is actually important, and I'm not kidding.
Yo, it's me.
If you were to data mine the prototype, which Axe shared on the Discord server, along with sharing the story of making it in just a month to show alpha packs, you'd find that one of the placeholder allies is a blonde Alex named Jeffrey. This was likely a placeholder for a 4-character party system, but again, it was made in such a short time leading to PAX, we instead only see 3 party members in the demo.
Jeffrey's so cool.
Now, again, I'm serious. The details
reminds
of
me-
these
awesome.
two are the same character.
Like, it reminds me of, like, those, like, what the fuck are they called? Like, I don't know, like, children's museum shit. It's just, like,
I was thinking of,
goofy,
like,
weird shit. Or,
a
like,
weird version of Mr. Potato Man. There was like
Yeah.
a couple of those toys that kind of looked like this.
yeah, definitely that.
You know what it reminds me of? You have like I don't know if you guys have had this before, but in back like I used to go to like the doctors when I was little, and like there'd like be these like little play sets.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It definitely looks like one of those with the beads on
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's also a lighthouse of sorts. It is important to the story of this game. It's something you wouldn't need to know to still understand what's happening, and it's really just sort of an Easter egg for the creators. But this is an example of something that will be shown directly in one of the endings of the game.
In one reality, I am Sonia
She just does not move. This actually bothered me a lot, because this is a video footage. I could have just had a picture. She doesn't do the fucking the YIIK bounce, and it's like, come on, why?
Palestinian girl on the run from financial trouble.
As humans, we're always seeking happiness. We always have something we're trying to work towards. When we get it, we're happy for a while. Then, we are upset and frustrated by how little time we held on to that feeling. I was like that until I met her. Everything was so perfect.
I know what you are. Shout out to Pride Month.
So intangible that I just knew. Alex, have you ever been so happy that you can accept it's only temporary? Most people can't. When everything falls into place and you are filled with pure joy and peace, you realize that it won't last forever. So when it's gone, and it will always leave you, you can accept it. After 6 months together, she died. She did something stupid, something I begged her not to do. And when she died, I knew it was the only logical result the universe could return. How could I expect continued happiness when I was already given 6 months of pure joy? Always know when you have something good, because it won't last forever. This was the first rule of the universe I learned, and this ultimately led to my ability to separate my soul from my body. Why did you leave me?
And then she repeats
This
that a whole
story
bunch.
mirrors some of the Alexes we meet. A story of finding the answer in a person. Soulmate 2.1. And that person leaving their life and obsessing over it. As we'll see on the planet of Lonely Star Children, several Alexes here are still waiting for their Essentia, their Sammy, their Vela, their Soulmate 2.1 to return to them.
Mine
As
was
Oda
green.
cried, sir, I left my body at the age of 13. The memories here are very painful. So please, bear with me as I can only tell parts of the story. I lived as a young girl with my parents in Pontresina, Switzerland. I had 4 brothers. My brothers and I rarely spoke as I was much younger than them.
Two sets of two
My
brothers.
father was always away on business and my mother was a teacher at my local school.
This is similar to Alex's upbringing. Alex's mother and father always being away at work. And this is something I'll talk about a bit later.
I spent most of my time alone, wandering the Pontresina Valley. I dreamed about writing and other worlds. In that valley, I found another world. The world of my other selves. Getting lost in solitude is the quickest way to otherworldliness. Someone who is surrounded by others can achieve this, but only if they are selfless. If you so love another person that you could follow them from the world itself, you can truly see the wonders of all the universes. But most of us are incapable of removing ourselves from our world, our own love of material objects. In solitude and loneliness, longing for another world can certainly occur.
In some ways, the story will mirror Vela's story. However, I think it's only on the surface level. I believe the story of Vela's past life is something that was tragic and affected her. However, the result in her coming to this new reality resulted in her being a new person. And that's what appears to be really different.
Yeah, the best way to
between the two
describe what I
characters.
mean here is like Vela is like tired of her quote unquote old life and she decides to skip town and then go to a new town with a new name and all that shit. And that's kind of leaving one reality and going into another. And so it's kind of funny the kind of mysticism that goes on with it in a lot of these scenes. Alex and his parallels want to change but still be the same person on the other side, whereas Vela and her parallels are more interested in the change and moving on. Even Oda here mentions others and material objects, as though this was some meaningful barrier to her.
where Vela's mention of her experience lacks this detail. This is something that will be shared between Parallel Alex, as I mentioned, and even be something he brings up later.
I came to exist 6 years ago, in the winter of 1993. In 1993, I only knew myself to be Nyla El-Amin. I was a physicist who became fascinated by the metaphysical results of my experiments. After receiving terrible news, I became increasingly depressed. In this period of struggle, I began to become aware of the space in between spaces, the soul space. I longed to leave my reality and explore the various facets of existence I had just discovered. But my body was weak, and I was going to die. I feared separation from my own body, so I created the Essentia 2000. Except it wasn't that me, Nyla El-Amin, who brought the plastic me into existence. I was weak, and my completion of the Essentia 2000 was many months off. But then, something incredible happened.
Hey, let's talk. One thing you will need to understand about the souls inside the soul space is that our timelines do not match up. We are not born the same year.
She's the goofiest
We do
smile
not,
on her
obviously, die at the same time. As Nyla El-Amin, I was a mother of 3, a very intelligent scientist living in Sweden. My children, whose names I will not reveal to you for various reasons, lived with their father. I loved their father very much, but he was a very impatient man, violent at times, but never with the children or me. He took his anger out on the men who worked for him, and they feared him. I was very lonely. I met a man whom I loved very much. I gave myself to him in every way possible. I forgot about my children, my husband, my life back home.
So, there's like this thing where it's like obviously trying to tell, like, compare these stories to Vela's story. But if you think about Vela's story, there's this funny thing here where, Nalia's story is more like the person that she's talking about who left, rather than it being like Vela's. Ignoring his whole family and whatever to date some other woman or whatever. There's not a lot to that, in my opinion, but I just think it's fun to point that out.
When I was with him, I forgot my name. I forgot my purpose. This relationship lasted 6 weeks, and then he vanished. Gone.
Again, so what does it mean to forget your name? We have the recurring theme of Alex's character meeting a person and giving everything to them, becoming obsessed with them, and then suddenly they disappear.
I returned home, prepared to tell my husband everything, but he wasn't there. My children were gone too. I felt myself becoming increasingly ill, and I deteriorated over the next days. Finally, I saw a doctor, and I was informed I had a terminal illness. Then I began to develop my android self, the Essentia 2000.
This notes the inspiration of the Essentia coming from this event, this whirlwind of a sudden manic pixie drain guy type story. Drain? But with this man acting in a similar role as the Essentia, Soulmate 2.1. Which came first? The obsessive, destructive relationship from a manufactured love? Or the idea of a person? The chicken and the egg. The eagle and the egg. The Eggleston. Yeah. The egg. My view is that they were always simultaneous. So then, we're met with the guillotine room. Oh, boy. Do you think this room was just a cool aesthetic? This is probably the most, as shitty YouTubers say, show don't tell thing in the entire game. Can you name a shitty YouTuber I'm thinking of?
Well, I can list 1, 2, 3, maybe 5.
Alex, is something I have to show, not tell.
This room may be the most important event in all of Y2K. Here, you sacrifice a man and a woman, and then Alex himself. Here, the man is Jeremy. This isn't super relevant, however, some sort of incident caused... Also, later, when I compare this to another scene, note that Jeremy is like always laughing. To be broken.
You may consider asking Jeremy. He just hasn't been the same since it happened. Good luck getting him to open up to you.
Damn, voiced by Chella?
Alex's father in some ways, but is also similar.
Chella's got voice range.
Pudding's roommate.
I didn't
Woman
edit
here
the
is
text.
distraught and
Fuck.
calmed by giving a baby doll.
I may be old, but I am not ready to leave this
What?
place.
I didn't edit that one
Perhaps my
either.
daughter
Fuck.
would. Good luck getting her to speak with you.
Though one of the other bodies said something interesting. I swear to God, I edited
Ever since my
those
nephew
because
died,
I had to.
my sister stopped seeing her husband.
I had to like shift it more because Minty had a longer name. What the fuck?
It's a shame. They
That
had
is
such
weird.
a bright future. Together, they could have created the next iteration.
Created the next iteration. Here, Alex is quite literally creating his parents. And alongside the
Yo, why her
first room
nipples
we
got
went
tongues,
into
though?
illustrate this idea perfectly of Alex's delusion. A truly self-made man. Oh, here's a great thing. So
This
like
scene mirrors
Alex's throne rooms we've seen throughout. Alex's head lifts up above it, above the entire situation as well. That is absolutely symbolic of something throughout the game and has yet.
Yeah, someone was talking about how
Proto Alex and Essentia 995.
it's like comedy and tragedy. So Jeremy is comedy and the other one's tragedy. But the way I've saw it is just like what you're pointing out right now with Wilfred. I guess I should say Proto Alex and the Ascension 995 because Proto Alex's big thing is his laugh.
Yeah, whenever
you know
start the area, he's laughing.
I mean, even during the conversation where he's explaining that, like, oh, she lies all the time, he says, like, such immense amusement from it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I do think they're right in what they're pointing out, that is an element of it, but it's also this. Something I'll go over in a video about that ending. Also, hey, this is blue. Proto Alex's throne is blue. This is red. Ascension 995's throne is red. Damn. But before then, I'll bring up this thing from something I'll cover in the next video.
Where's my dad been? Don't you remember?
Why didn't this switch
my
to Panda?
dad worked for Pacific Chime.
Ah, man.
Not my mom.
That's what somebody was pointing
my
out. I was
mom
like, I
worked
didn't
for
get it.
Moon Macro Systems. They met at that programming convention. When did my mom start working for Pacific Chime?
You don't have a dad.
That's just because we had a lot growing up. Good mom, lots of money, we lived in a nice town. Things were easy for us, but you know what? That's just on a basic needs level. Life sucked. Dad left us. Mom was never home. Television raised us. No one was there to check out homework. Dad never called. Never.
Well, now we're reaching toward the end of Essentia's mind. Just one more stop. Sneeze sent me something that was fun. He noticed that in the cut opening of the game, Alex says this: I knew someone once. She was very dear to me. Well, actually not just to me, but the whole world. A panoptic celestial angel whose importance spread across history. She was a woman made of plastic, whose very existence set a tremor throughout time, throughout space. And yet, with all of her impact, both good and terrible, I still don't know if we should love or hate her.
Alex, I can't recall this life. For some reason, it's blocked to me.
Why is Yuzu's life blocked to her? This is because the Essentia is Alex's ideal woman, his soulmate 2.1, and he wouldn't naturally consider that his ideal woman could be a man in another reality. There's a certain rug pull going on here. As per Alex's perspective, we were supposed to view the previous characters as Vela-like. And while they all defy that suggestion, I feel that Yuzu is the most obvious.
Here,
Damn,
Yuzu
jump scare
almost
by the
appears
editing.
like the male characters within Vela's story, a cold man who has thrown away everything in his pursuits.
I knew you'd come back. Somehow you look different. So many lives wasted, taken, and experimented on in hopes of obtaining this moment. And now that I'm looking at you, I don't know if I should love you or hate you.
Man.
My mind has been blown.
The way that you killed me time and time again has been my only dream, my only waking thought for the past 50 lifetimes.
However, what I believe to be the truth here is that, again,
And also,
Yuzu is
you know,
another
him pointing out that you killing me over and over again through 50 lifetimes kind of points to the idea of a repetitious cycle.
because Essentia's mind dungeon is Alex's mind dungeon.
Do you ever feel guilty? Do you? Everything was taken because of you! You bastard! I lost everything. My research. My wife. My kids. And all for what? For you! What the hell were you worth? You're a thief! Nothing more! I regret ever laying my eyes on you! Mom, is that you? Alex, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to say such terrible things. Come here. Let me hug you. Let me say I'm sorry in your ear. Alex. Why?
Yuzu here addresses Alex's mother. Why would he do this? This only makes sense if you consider what I mentioned earlier about the self-made man, and how Alex constructs his parents here. A common theme in stories is kill your father, or how people struggle with the conflict of their parents. Here, when a person has decided they are self-made, the only person they can blame is themselves. Notably, the only other men that show up in this mind dungeon is Jeffrey, who has been twisted beyond recognition, a crazy man who acts as a sacrifice, and Alex himself. This is clearly because this is Alex's mind dungeon, the selfish desire of having a woman made exactly to complement him. Man. Next time, we'll descend into the depths of Alex's mind dungeon and finally talk about our protagonist and his story. But as always, I need to thank the people who made this video possible. Livy94 for voicing Bear's Necessity. Ginger Bear for voicing Boombox Ghost and Wendy. Big Show Rules for voicing Heartstrand. Some Dude Other for voicing Claudio and the Potential Victim. Robin for voicing Alex. Frail Dog for voicing Shane G. Irving. Cello
That's a
Stuff
Frail Dog?
voicing Niall Amin.
Shout out, bro.
Cerna Yemina. Menti Zed Grimes for voicing the potential casualties. Rope Snake for providing the art in the video. And Linguistic Spaceship for various other...
Let's go!
All right. So, where do we go from here, guys? Well, I'm going to read you a little excerpt from the next video.
Oh, snap.
Because I thought that would be cool. Let's see. I've got a little Arrested Development gag planned. And then, do you ever wonder why Alex's living room is the set of the classic 90s sitcom Full House? We'll just have this video play for the video. Do you ever wonder why the game is called Y2K? It's not just a cheeky reference to when the game takes place. You wonder why Alex looks like the average gamer that would walk around PAX in 2016? Do you ever wonder why Frankton is set up like a Pokemon town with a big welcome home sign for Alex? Do you ever wonder why Alex keeps receiving prank calls from the phone he uses to explore his mind? It's like one day we're made of cotton and the next we're made of metal. There's something going on, and it feels like every video essay I watch about this game is intentionally not getting it. Yes, the funny reference to the Michael scene aside, there are a few things I'm going to go over today. And here we go. The game doesn't take place in the 90s. Now, wait, before you start typing away, making your comment on the keyboard, hear me out. Alex is a person who is trapped in nostalgia. The game takes place in nostalgia for the 90s. A common sentiment among millennials as early as 2013 was being a 90s kid. Hey, look. Me calling Alex a millennial in the past video wasn't a mistake. It was actually intentional. I say as I'm writing this as I'm still editing the past video. Millennials factually spent a very short amount of their life in the 90s, and most of it was their childhood. And nostalgia is a key theme of Y2K. And then you play the holy grail of my youth line from Michael. And then you play the line of the Mind Dungeon Master saying, "Television raised us." And this is why Alex's house is the set of Full House. This is something the game shows and doesn't tell. Well, that is, unless you consider that line I played there, that quite literally tells you that this is intentional and part of the story. We'll get to the next one. So, if that's the case, why is the game called Y2K? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this is probably one of the most overlooked details about the title of the game. Well, maybe not as much as the postmodern thing, but a close second. Are you familiar with how the Y2K bug worked? No, it wasn't just some hoax. It was an actual problem. You see, computers held the data of a date into 2-digit integer. It saved a lot of space while working with files in the size of like kilobits. And they purposefully assumed that the year would be 19 whatever. So when the year 2000 rolled around, it would read as though it was the year 1900. Some people worked really hard to avoid this bug on critical systems so nothing major happened. And post hoc, everybody just believed it was a hoax and never was an issue to begin with because of how well those people did their jobs. But if you look at this bug, the year 2000, time resets back to 1900. And if you look at the game, it starts on April 4th. 404. And if you don't know, 404 is a common error code. So you get to the end of the game, it's the year 2000, and, there's more to talk about, like the screen's literally blue screening in this scene, as if some error is happening. And you continue a New Game Plus file. You are 404ing back into 1999 when the game starts. Ta-da, you've recreated the Y2K bug and continue the cycle which keeps Alex trapped in nostalgia. And I think that's good enough, a good enough excerpt from the script. I've got about 6 pages written so far, and there's still quite a few more things I need to write about it.
Chapter 5 is kind of insane in general, since that's what you're going to cover.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about Alex, mostly almost entirely just Alex.
Fuck yeah, that's how I like it. So I do have something I wanted to say, though. Just something you passed around before, and I'm wondering if you still want to do it, where you want to like combine all the videos into just like one giant video.
Yeah, I might do that.
Because I think the reason why it would be a good thing would not only because it'd be all in one package, but you could also re-edit the stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of a thing I want to do. I wanted to re-record all the audio so it all sounds consistent and a lot better, and then re-edit a lot of it. So like, the fact that this doesn't have the text boxes isn't a problem anymore. Probably even have a different style that I do for the video so it looks a lot better.
Yeah. Because you don't really have to worry about getting that stuff out there before anything happens. I mean, you can just
Yeah.
throw them out there and then polish them up later.
Yeah, so that's the main thing is like I kind of got okay with the videos having errors or whatever because I plan on making a compilation video in the future. Okay, good night. I know a lot of people have tuned out because it is pretty late. But if there was any questions anybody had about anything, now is the time to ask, more or less.
I am showing the YIIK cord in chat right now.
Can you show the whole stream my profile picture? Because I think it's very important.
Is it a little
Now, if anyone wants to know what Alex's fetus actually looked like, here it is. Here's a closer look of it. This is his punishment for not eating vegetables.
I don't think I had any questions. I think I'm pretty satisfied. I'm pretty satisfied with the last stream. I like the tea, so love it. And I hope it also clears up some confusion because I made my video about the supposed cut endings in hopes that it would clear up some things, and I think it kind of did. And I mean, I eventually got City Dreamer to change that title, which I think was a step in the right direction. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate this stream too because, I got to rewatch them and that was pretty cool. And you can kind of see how not only the game develops his ideas, but like how you kind of work through them and like sort them out. So it's a pretty good like starter's guide. Like this is like the how games had like fucking strategy guides. It's like the strategy guide to the lore of the game.
Yeah, in a way.
So it's a good jumping board.
Good way to start off role playing as a postmodernist. Postmodern
Yeah,
RPG.
and it's I mean, you just point in the first stream, you made a joke about the Golden Rory theory, but like I know you kind of focus on the Alex is the golden alpaca, but like I'm curious as to what you think about Rory being the golden alpaca at all. Like, do you have any thoughts about that?
No, not really. I don't have any issue with it. It's just like, yeah, I feel pretty solid in my perspective of it, and yeah, other people have their own perspectives, but Anarcho has done the Golden Rory thing, and that's Anarcho's thing.
Yeah, Anarchy doesn't make their own review.
They do. I think another thing I'm going to do, Linguistic, it seems that the poll, which I didn't expect to get so many results from like this quickly.
Hey, Hellkrai.
But the poll is leaning towards having the videos re-uploaded as live streams, quote unquote. And I think I'll do that, but I might also do that with our one video, the security breach solve thing, because that's closer to what that is than actually being a video.
Oh, I guess I don't understand like what it is. Like you can just send them to the lives tab or something on your channel.
So like I can basically like set up my editing my streaming software to restream the video, but I'll do it on like a private video and then later just go public.
That makes sense. I feel like it would be weird though. I mean, I would prefer all of them to be videos. I feel like the live tab gets less interaction than the main videos anyway. And it's not like you upload enough that it's like, oh man, I don't care about the Hellkrai live streams,
Mm-hmm.
So I am a hashtag upload as videos defender to the very end. I voted for that.
I see. Well, we'll see. I'll give it like a week. I might prepare it both ways, or I'll mostly just prepare thumbnails for all of them.
Yeah. Rian, what were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna ask if I saw the third round, but
the picture.
No, I don't think I did. No, there was like I saw like Alex and Essentia like in a very familiar place, and I thought that was the third ending. Oh well.
I was just playing the video.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oops.
Wasn't anything special.
Got it.
Free cam's cool though.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh, is the stream? Are you guys done with streaming?
Any specific version of the game you recommend? Yeah. I'd recommend the PC version for the most part. I played it on Switch my first time and didn't run into a lot of issues. And I think when it comes to IV, it's going to fix a lot of the major issues that the Switch version has anyway.
Yeah, because at the moment, it seems like the Switch version is the buggiest of the three.
Yeah.
From what I've seen. And I mean, the PC is the best because you can get access to the earlier versions if you're either a psychopath or if you're just interested.
You can also save edit easier.
Like you can save that on Switch. Like I had a guy do it, but it's pretty difficult. But you can, and you can also play the third ending on it, or I guess the ultimate ending and the Old Frankton ending, as I call them, because we're not exactly sure what they are.
But the PS4 version seems fine. I know Chloe played through that a lot, and it doesn't seem to be a big issue. But just you can do so much more with the PC version right now, so you might as well take that version of the game.
Yeah, I mean on PC at least it often goes on sale for half off. I'll try to post a link in chat, but on GOG.com it's 50% off.
Yeah, if you can't post it, just send it to me and I'll post it in there.
Yeah. I tried posting it, but I don't know if it actually sent or not. Because YouTube likes to shadow delete your messages, you know what I mean?
Let me get the GOG link.
And, YIIK IV will come out for the GOG version, so don't worry about that.
Yeah. It'll come out on everything. I think what's fun about the GOG version was that's how I got 1.03. I don't know if you could still do that, but you used to be able to download older versions on there.
Could you post the YIIK link as well, just to be a shill?
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah.
It's not the permanent link, but whatever. The stream was both parts of the stream were a lot longer than I expected, but you know what? Still did it.
And we like that.
Is the stream over?
Nah. But I do have one big question though.
Okay.
How was the Burger King?
Actually, okay, so Burger King's chicken sandwiches, like there was like when they first came out with them, they were so fucking good, dude. Like, I think they had the best one because I think they I think it was like the bread they used. I don't know for like the bun. And then like for a long while, every time I'd get the chicken sandwich, it was awful. It was like the thinnest piece of chicken with like the worst, hardest, crunchiest fucking breading. But this time it was pretty good. So Burger King was pretty cool.
Based.
I like Taco
That's where
Bell.
you guys can have it your way. Not
I had Burger
sponsored.
King
Sponsor me,
nuggets
please.
during the stream
You
because I'm
guys-
addicted.
Have you guys ever had the Taco Bell chicken quesadillas?
Yeah,
I never had that shit.
There's a new Taco. Just got to talk about fast food. There's a new item on the Taco Bell menu, and it's like really good. It's like the chicken grilled steak burrito or whatever. Oh, it's so good.
Every stream should have a fat segment where you just talk about fast food.
It's really easy for me to do that because I'm fat as fuck, boy.
Yeah, let's have like a fat talk.
We're having the big fat off right now.
Yeah.
Fatly analyzing.
Who's
I like
winning the
fatly
fat-
as a verb. That should be a thing more. Yeah.
Fatler?
No, like fatly as a verb. Like he waddled fatly over to the. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Sorry.
Man. Dude, I feel like we'd make a great podcast.
No,
I know
it'd be
I would
shit.
be great on a podcast.
Oh. Damn.
I'd be horrible. I don't say shit.
Man,
I
really?
was on a podcast. I was on the Mintox podcast.
Oh yeah.
With,
I just feel like the kind of discussions we have, I feel like we'd make like a great
Well, that's what every dude says though, and then their podcast is dog shit. Think
Man.
about it.
But Frail, that's what the people that made Cumtown said.
Okay, but they're actually like really funny though. Like they're
true.
different.
Constructed of different materials.
Yeah.
Any cum heads out there?
Where are my cum goblins?
Damn.
Oh man. Well,
if you to the chat, if you guys want us to make a podcast, put your comments down in the description.
Please thumbs down.
Yeah, yeah.
Please.
Upvote.
No.
Yeah. Please comment Hellkrai is a hack if you think we should.
We should do a podcast. Let's do the fat podcast.
You guys have
I'm not
anything
even
to
fat,
show?
bro.
Linguistic, are you cooking up anything fun other than the awesome wiki?
I mean, I work on my personal projects, but yeah, for Y2K, the wiki, I'm planning on making a video about the best equipment in the game where I say in the video it's a filler video because it is. I was also thinking of making a video about reduced monologues and how it actually does not impact anything.
Yeah, we've got to get that. We've got to get that FNAF video out by next week, for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I want it out before July. So that's something you'll see Linguistic on this channel. I don't know if there will be any more FNAF videos after that. I don't have any plans for any. If Ruin is really good, maybe. If Help Wanted 2 is really good, maybe. If
like
there's just back-to-back 3 different really cool things with FNAF, maybe, but
if Gregory appears out of the fog and takes his face off and reveals he's a robot, you'll never make a video about it ever again.
No, it'll be fucking done. I'm done with FNAF. No, if Ruin is really good, I'll probably wait until Help Wanted comes out. Help Wanted 2 comes out before I make a video, because I would want to have a little bit more to work off of to make like a proper follow-up to this timeline video. I feel like the one video I made about it does do that, but maybe add a lot more of what I don't like doing, which is just recounting and summarizing the exact events of the thing, you know?
Like every video essay ever.
Yeah, it's just so boring. Like, we all played the same shit. Why do you have to recount absolutely everything? But it is important to do a little bit of that, so I kind of get over it sometimes. When is the next YIIK video coming out? I don't know. My priority is going to be... Oh, I also have a game I'm working on that'll come out eventually. But... and I'll have a video alongside that of how I made the thing. But other than that, the FNAF video is coming out by the end of next week. By Friday next week. Or else. I think that's it. What about you, Frail? What about you, Rion? You guys got anything to shill?
Bro, I'm not doing nothing, bro.
Damn, you gotta get that
I said I was
website
working.
together.
Oh yeah, it's true. Fuck.
So I guess for me, I have something cooking. Right now it's trial and error, but I don't want to show anything early because I feel like it changes a lot.
Yep.
But you know, like a great somebody once said, it will be out when it's out.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Okay. Well, I think that's it for today. See you guys. I don't know how
Shoutouts to Frail Dog.
Shoutouts to Frail Dog.